There's been spiritual work. And that homework kind of week.
Have to work on it. Have to work on it. I tried. I worked for planning commission. I don't know yet.
Isn't that how you make them work? You turn them on, you turn them on.
I tried that one. I haven't tried hitting it, so.
Gotta show it. Somebody already hit it.
Oh, no,
It
it's
works. Actually,
hold that position all.
not helping.
Try the little.
I tried. Well, I tried.
I'll be honest, I can't see it when it's on. So.
Oh, okay.
Well, Josh said it did.
Yeah, but you do. So yeah, it means I can.
There's a little flash.
I'll work on it. We got it working for planning commission, so I'll keep working. Well, first of all, it needed power. When we recarpeted, the power didn't get put to it, so yeah. But I know it's got power now.
Good evening, everyone. Looks like we're gonna get rain, right? Maybe it'll just rain while we're in here and then it will be raining when we go out. My name is Kathleen Alder. I'm the mayor of Providence, and this is the city council meeting of Wednesday, May 17th, 2023. We have with us today the full council: Josh Polson, Carrie Kirk, Janelle Seeley, Brent Smith, and Jeff Nebeker. So welcome to everyone. We will have the Pledge of Allegiance now led by Josh Polson.
United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Josh. I've asked Jeff Nevaker to give a prayer unless there's someone in the audience that would like to give a prayer for our meeting.
See a hand over here.
Okay.
Our Father in heaven, we thank thee for this beautiful day, for the moisture that we receive, and thank thee that we can have this city council meeting for those who serve up here and those who serve out there, citizens, and pray that we can have thy spirit to be with us, that we can be directed to have peace and understanding in the decisions that we make this evening. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you, Jeff. Let's start with the council reports. Brent, since we've got so much water running around here, let's have your report.
Discussion about it. Okay.
You need your mic a little closer.
I just pushed it away, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, so one of my main responsibilities is emergency preparedness. And certainly right now, that is a big issue on everybody's mind. There's a lot of facets, and my time has been spent with emergency preparedness. And I want to thank the 3 stakes, the leaders in those stakes, as well as other volunteers who have come together and cleaned Spring Creek very well, all the way from up in the mouth of the canyon, all the way down to First West, in an attempt to prevent flooding. This recent windstorm has brought other branches into the bed of the Spring Creek, and I spent some time today pulling those branches out so that they wouldn't get caught on pipes and other places where that water needs to flow. At this point in time, we are not in a flood stage from Spring Creek. While other areas of our community of the valley are in flood stage, Logan is at a EOC of 4 right now. The state of Utah is an EOC of 2, which that means it's an emergency awareness. And the state legislature was to meet today, and I haven't heard if they did have that meeting, but they were supposed to appropriate, move some funds over to help with flooding, and to the tune of, I think, about 30 million, and to cover some of the costs of snow removal that exceeded their budget. So the entire state is concerned pretty much about this flooding situation. Some of the lakes have been the beneficiary of the extra water. The Great Salt Lake, Lake Powell, other lakes have fared quite well with the water that is coming in. Some have arisen as much as 20 feet. And so there is beneficial there, even though there's some problems. Also with our community, we met as an emergency operations center a week ago Saturday, was it, Ryan? And we met with the areas of our community that are helping to participate and watch for flooding along Spring Creek. We have sandbags available, and we encourage people to take pictures of their property if they think they're going to be inundated with water. So there's a before and an after picture, just to make sure that they can document and verify the damage or whatever might have been done in their area. So I want to thank the many volunteers from all areas who have come together to help attempt to mitigate and to clean up Spring Creek, and that's been a very successful effort. And we want to thank our Ryan. He's our emergency preparedness officer, And I've been designated as the emergency volunteer coordinator in the event we should run into some flooding situations. Usually, we will probably not see flooding until June. And so, although Spring Creek is now flowing about 12 inches deep. The other day it was just a trickle. Today it's about 12 inches deep. The water is very dirty. It's bringing silt down with it, and so is Blacksmith Fort bringing in silt with it. So it's very dirty. The other thing I want to report on emergency preparedness is I listened to, I get an update from Logan City as to the status of the snow still in the mountains at the various points. Logan City, the Forest Service, we are just under 60% yet of snow remaining in the mountains. So we're not half done with the flooding at this point. We're still about 60% snow in the mountains. And as you're well aware, some roads have been closed, especially up around Amalga and that area. Some roads have been closed with considerable flooding downstate. Also, through the emergency preparedness, Bear River Health Services have indicated that they would not. They're trying to get a drive-through vaccination program for this fall at the Bear River Health Services, so that people can come there and get their vaccines in September and October as a drive-through, because they're probably not going to reach out as they have in the past and go to various locations and try and do the vaccinations. Those who would like them would need to go to the Bear River Health Services and receive those vaccinations.
Brent, this is flu shots. Is that what you're
Flu shots, another shot for COVID, a booster if you want that. Yes, that'll be. I think they're remodeling or putting an area on that you can drive through, and they hope to be able to do this. Short of staffing, cutting costs, they're trying to do this and let the people who are interested come and get their flu shots and that. So another aspect of emergency preparedness. I was questioned about the access to the deer fence. I talked with Aaron Walker of the fire department, and they have tried to, since the properties along the deer fence go and extend above the deer fence, it's not been possible to keep a total access road open for brush trucks, but they have access points. Also points where if they get above the deer fence and you've got a running wind-driven fire, they can get out and get their trucks out. And so they also can take in side-by-sides or four-wheelers and possibly some brush trucks. So we're also concerned about that because we are going to have tall grass this summer, and there will be a concern with fire as soon as this starts drying out, and we have that problem. But they felt fairly confident that they were able to have enough access points. They're still working on some south of the mouth of the canyon, I understand. So that's my report.
Thank you. Jeff?
My report's not that long. I had a conflict, so I wasn't able to go to the mosquito meeting again, but I know where the forms are. If you would not like them to spray in front of your house because you have bees or fruit trees or vegetation, and send me an email and I'll send you that form. Let's see what else. I went down to the what's it called? The cities and towns.
Utah League of Cities and Towns.
Yeah, I didn't go last year. I went this year, see what it was all about. I went to all the meetings and it was great. They were good. So I think it was worth it. I was tempted to go off and do some bike riding, but I didn't. I went to all my meetings. And then when they were over, I went bike riding. Let's see. I had something else I should have written it down, but I can't.
We'll come back to you if you'd like.
Okay, I'll raise my hand if I remember.
Okay. You know?
So
I wanted to echo what Brent said. I was really appreciative of all the people who showed up to clean the creek. It was a big effort. It's just it's great to see everybody come on, work together and kind of be preventative, problems. So, but we have started putting Just Serve projects for the city on our Just Serve account. So people want to see things that they can do to contribute to the city. There are 8 active projects on there, and we'll just keep updating those. I've been asked to help with the South Cache Coalition work group for communities that care with the Bear River Health Department. And they're looking to identify programs and resources that currently exist and fill gaps in services to do with substance abuse prevention of youth through the school systems and different things. So they're interested in kind of interfacing with youth councils and cities and dialing down as far as they can, try to get as close to one-on-one relationships and strengthening families and giving resources that way to help provide education and resources to prevent substance abuse. The last several school board meetings have been full of dual language immersion concerns. Some of those from Providence, some of those from Chinese immersion up north, but that's been pretty prominent at the school board level, and they just hired me to work as superintendent. With the Blacksmith Fork Irrigation Company, they turned the water into the system today. It's quite the job. There's a lot of canals that residents had not cleaned out that were clogged, culverts and laterals that just were like gushing all over the roads from clogged up weeds. And so important to keep those ditches clear so that we don't get unintended flooding out of where it's supposed to run. And earlier this week, they had the Blacksmith Fork River breached over the diversion point and had some water issues in Millville. So, they're working hard, and our water master's working hard to try and keep up with all of this water. So if you have irrigation ditches, please help us keep it clean. And then just conversations that I've had with different residents lately. The flooding, trails, brush truck roads, fiber, sprinkler repair for fiber due to fiber construction. And I can also report that I was one of those people that had my sprinkler line cut when my fiber was put in, but I called them and they were at my door in like 15 minutes. They were so fast. And everything's up and running, and it's been like 2 business days. So they're really responsive. But you can get Strata Networks direct number from the city office. Just call them if you have any sprinkler issues, and they'll come out and make sure those get fixed. Because I can't really know when they hit a sprinkler line in the dead of winter. So
Can I just ask how many of you have fiber now?
All the way until.
it's in process. It's in a stage somewhere soon to be completed, we hope, right? Well, I got questions about the annexation, property development, green waste, garbage collection, and the cemetery. Hold that last. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. I've heard from a lot of residents about the annexation. I want to thank you all for writing those emails. I've read all of them, and I believe I've replied to all of them. So if they weren't long replies, I apologize. We just got through those. So thank you for that. We care about that issue and look forward to discussing it tonight. I heard from one resident, Ryan, I know they've been in touch with you regarding our cemetery plot policy for purchasing plots. I listened to that resident and their arguments for maybe taking a look at that policy as a council. And I think I tend to agree that I think that ought to be discussed or looked at by the council. Okay, I didn't know that. I've got the call. So, but that would be good to see that. I also attended the conference in St. George. And it was wonderful. Some of the themes that I noted in the sessions that we had revolved a lot around water and flooding, but also water wise and still water conservation. There's a state grant available this year, so residents can convert part of their yards to utilize less water and receive reimbursement or credit for that. I'm pretty excited about it. I think there's a good portion of my yard that I might use that. Those funds are available, first come, first served, but I thought that was great. I heard regarding the Cash Trail Alliance. I work on that committee that their board met and decided that the realignment of the Bonneville Shoreline Trail up above the development that we have going there that goes through people's yards is a little too sticky of an issue for them right now. And so they're not necessarily looking at moving that. I bring that up because we've had some residents come previously and mention that when is that going to be moved so they can finish their landscape in their backyard. So I do feel like that discussion's probably not dead, that we probably need to talk about that, because while it only maybe affects, I don't know, 10 households or maybe 20 households up there, I think it's a significant issue for them. I got fiber installed at my house last month. That was exciting. It was pretty quick and painless. And I was also surprised. For a while there, I was a little nervous that the rates that we would see for fiber would be competitive with Xfinity, and I priced it out, and I'm going to save money and have better service. So I'm really stoked about that. I think we made a good choice there, to have that utility for the city. I've heard from a lot of residents about green waste, actually, unsolicited. A lot of them pretty discouraged, and I don't know if I'd say upset, that's probably too strong of a word, that we don't have green waste bins. So I know that's not exactly hard decision from what I understand. Like, well, say, well, let us do that. But I've heard from enough residents, I do think it's a service that they appreciate. So I think as we look at, working on our own waste removal, maybe that's something we need to revisit at some point in time based upon the feedback I've heard from them. So that's my report.
Great, thank you.
Okay, youth council applications are open through the end of the month. So if you know exceptional 8 students who will be in 8th through 12th grade next school year, it's a great opportunity for them to be involved in leadership and friendships and building their resume. It's a once or twice per month commitment. And so those applications can be found on the website. If they look under councils and youth council, then they can just fill that out online. There's the RAPS grant application for the skate park has been submitted by Ryan, and this is really his announcement, but I'm going to make it now because there's people in the audience, and it's something that I've been working on this week and put some time into, and I've reached out to everyone on the committee. And then after the committee changed their recommendation from 150,000 to 200,000 after hearing from the mayor and then from me, they changed the recommendation yesterday. And then I reached out to the council who will meet on Tuesday. So, and then the council's been emailing me back and like, okay, we'll look at giving you more. And so I know that if we'll solicit for more, they're open to giving us more. And so the skate park's going to go in either way, but it will be better if we get more. So they're meeting on Tuesday. And so if you'll reach out to the council, the Cache County Council, and ask for more, and citizens, if you'll do the same and maybe even show up at the council meeting, then there's a possibility of getting more of that RAPS money. But Ryan worked very hard on that grant, and the committee is already recommending 200,000. Initially, that started out at 150 recommendation, and we asked for 300, but it was just asking. And so
What do you think the ceiling is? Is the ceiling 200?
well, we asked for 300, and then I started soliciting, and by morning yesterday, after I talked to everyone, it was at 200. And then I started talking to the council, and they're responding with, okay, we'll look at giving you more. So I think the ceiling is 300. It's going to be at Zollinger Park. We wanted to put it somewhere really visual. So it will be a great place for the middle schoolers instead of Macy's.
Macy's is
Makes a lot of
is
money.
still in
They'll
favor.
still go get their ice cream and then hopefully head out instead of loitering in Macy's. It's going to be at Zollinger Park. And so we do have a limited amount of space, but in that kickball field area, the smaller kickball field area. But it's going to break ground this fall or late summer. But that project is happening and the RAPS tax is going to help. And the Providence City, the council's already approved budget money for it too. But we would love to see them give us more, and we're grateful to Ryan and staff for the work that they've done to get us more funding from the RAPS tax. So, and the county council's open to more. So it's a matter of asking, and I've spent the day working on it. And so hopefully citizens will reach out. The new city website is getting really close, and that's actually Ty's announcement, and hopefully he'll show us a little when he does his announcement. Like the rest of the council, I've been responding to emails, and hopefully I've responded to everyone, but I've also walked the neighborhood and walked the property. I had an extensive conversation with Millville and their city personnel about their city plans. I feel like it's important to know, the connectivity, and that gave me a lot of insight to do that. It's interesting too, the conversations, residents reaching out that they're saying they're saving a lot of money. Like people are telling me they're saving more than $100 signing up for fiber. Like that's the feedback I've been getting, 150, 130, like people are telling me they're saving a lot of money when they're getting signed up for fiber. That's really exciting for me to hear, because that's really what we were hoping when we put our necks on the line. And then I just wanted to put a shout out to Janelle. She, for a couple of years, has had the goal of the Healthy Cities designation, and it ended up being a harder goal than she thought. And she's a go-getter, and at the Leagues of Cities and Towns, we received that designation, and it's thanks to Janelle putting her nose to the grindstone and getting that designation for us. And so shout out to her on that. And then there's another shout out to Ryan. He received I guess it's not really an award, it's kind of it's like it's also a designation. Can I give a shout out to you, Ryan?
Sure.
And it's like, it's a designation, and it's like, there's only 20 people in the state of Utah that have this city manager's designation, only 3 in Cache County, that he'll be receiving June 1st. So we're really lucky to have him in Providence. So he's the 3rd person in Cache County to have it. He has to have a master's degree and 9 years of experience as a city manager, and he had to take an exam, and he'll be receiving that June 1st. So a huge shout out to him too for receiving that huge honor and designation. So congratulations.
We'll make you bow.
So, and thank you, citizens, for being here and hearing our council reports.
We used to have these council reports at the very end when there were
No one.
crickets in the room. That's it. And so we felt like some of the citizens asked us if we would do reports sooner so that they could listen to them. So we love having the room full. And I hope that as those of you that are speaking tonight speak, that we also take compliments rather than negative things. So you can see that your council is working hard for you. Your council is concerned. They spend their time talking with other council members, with other cities. My job is to be out in the community, making sure that the community knows what we're doing, that Cache Valley knows that Providence is here and that we care about our citizens, and we want the very best. And I hear lots of people who say they're looking for places to live in Providence because they want to live here. So we appreciate those of you that are here to participate tonight. I will just some of the things that I've been doing. I chair a statewide committee called Land Conservation, and it's the Lieber McAllister money that's allocated by the legislature to conserve land. And so we're looking at the most judicious way to do that, so that we have green space here in our beautiful valley. But there are going to be more people that are going to move in. You can be sure of that. Brigham Young didn't stand at the canyon and say, 150, that's it. Close the doors. So we're going to have to do smart growth and really plan what we're doing, but we also want to conserve some land. So that gives me an opportunity to help be a driver for that. Also, I'm involved with the chamber, making sure that businesses are feel welcome that come into the valley. We just had one open up today. We did a ribbon cutting for a business that's out in North Logan. I said, we're glad you're here in the county, but we would have really loved to have had you in Providence. But anyway, we're glad when cities are growing and they're bringing jobs for the people who are living here, for our children, because that's how we're growing the most, is the children that we have. I will close the council reports. We'll move to the approval of the minutes. So I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from the last city council meeting. I forget what date that was, April 19th, 2023.
Okay. Got a motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? For those of you that looked at the minutes, it didn't say that some of the people who attended our meeting that was down in St. George the last time, because we were at the Utah League of Cities and Towns, it did not say that some of them were on Zoom. So we just made that adjustment this afternoon. But other than that, if there's no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll close that. The next item is public comment. If you have a comment or a question that you have for us that is not on the agenda and it's within our jurisdiction, we would love to have you come and participate. So state your name.
My name's Sally Burns. I live in Providence. And I want to thank you for the years that we have had the green waste, because my family has totally used it. I have used it many, many times. Several of us went to Logan City Council meeting yesterday and found out, I think the mayor of Logan, and we found out that the reason that they're not doing it anymore is various reasons, I guess. But she told me that each one of the residents in Providence has been charged 50 cents per family. And that money was refunded back to Providence City. Is that correct?
So as of the first of the year, that's on the agenda as one of the items to adjust. There was a dollar fee charged, and they have reduced from $1 to 50 cents. So
knowing that there is some money, my question to all of you is, what other options do we have other than just taking it to the city dump, which is already full? And some of us do not have pickup trucks to be able to do that. So that's my question to all of you. I did notice that there was a rent me thing, like a big blue thing down at the sheds. Is that an option that we that are interested in still having some kind of service other than filling our green waste trash? I mean, with our green waste, not the trash, you know, but I'm talking about the limbs. Is it a possibility to have if we come up with money, or what have you guys decided to do? What are you going to do for us? Because we really do use that. I don't know about the rest of you, but I sure use it. And do you have
Ryan, do you want to address?
I just wanted to ask a question first. So we have the green waste cans.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
And I use it totally, but you're talking about the big ones.
Right.
down
I just wanted to make sure that we were including that service as we take on garbage service. We're planning to continue that
Yes,
green can service.
I was told that. I'm
Okay.
talking about the big limbs
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
I just
Yeah.
making sure that was clarified. So, yep.
So do we have an option to rent one of those big bins down there, like the one that was down there that says rent me? Or what other options do we have?
Hey, Ryan, do you want to address that?
I'd certainly be able to address, as we take over our green waste, we won't have a truck specific to do it. There is an opportunity, we could leave, at this point, we're proposing to take the 50 cents down. We could leave the 50 cents on and it might cost us more. We'd have to investigate the costs of that. It's certainly an option that we could hire, but it would be hiring a third party to come and do that. It wouldn't be something the city could perform, and it's not something Logan's willing to do. So it would be a third party decision. And at this point, Logan has been the one doing it. So that's where the domino fell at
So
this
if the
point.
residents wanted a third party, then what's the protocol to get that going?
We could get it in the budget and put it into the budget for that as we take on garbage service. Just letting us know that there's enough of interest.
We
So
just have to do we just have to figure out what it would take and what it would cost to do that, and then propose to the citizens if they want to pay that. It's likely going to be more than 50 cents per citizen.
So
That has
do-
been.
So then after you've completed that, then we vote on that, or what do you do?
you know, a thought, we haven't sent out our citizen satisfaction survey. I certainly willing to add a question on there regarding that and see how much interest there is as we send that out and get a feedback if that's helpful to council.
Can I just want to comment, just to clarify, because I've heard from citizens like that,
Yes,
so
yes.
thank you for that. Those are the ones that showed up and they're like, oh, I can't put this anywhere, and we were one of those people too. I did want to point out that the decision to not do that was pretty sudden, so it kind of
Sure.
puts us in a quick spot, like, oh,
Sure.
Logan's not going to take it. We need to come up with,
Yeah.
we either need to discontinue the service or we need to just decide a replacement service. And so the reason that I brought up in my council reports, and you're probably here, is just to make it known amongst the people that you've elected that you're interested in that you need that service.
Yes.
The process for that would be, though, it doesn't need to be a citywide vote. It's, to petition your council representative and say, I use this service, I want to have it. And then we would have a discussion, decide whether or not that's a service that we provided a city as a city service. The only thing I want to point out is I think that probably will take a little time, even though I'd like it tomorrow, like it's a pretty rapid change for us. And we're trying to bring on, we're I don't know if you're aware, but we're actually doing our own garbage service now. So that's coming online too. So I appreciate you coming and sharing it with us. I've heard it from enough residents that I intend to at least have a formal discussion, an agenda item. Is that a service we provide? And then Ryan's right, it would be priced out, just like it was priced out with Logan. What would it cost to provide it and what would be the cost to the residents? So there's a process to that. I think it's important that you've shared how you feel. And, if the council wants to take it up and vote on it, we can.
But it will take like a year, like not this summer.
I don't think it'll be this summer.
It won't be this summer.
Oh, great. Okay, one last question. Do you have any idea how many illegals we have living in Providence? Okay, thanks.
Oh, sorry, Brent has a comment.
I'd make one comment to that as I too have missed the green waste. I live very close to it and it was very handy for me. I could even ride my lawnmower up and up the clippings and so it was very handy for me. So I have missed that as well. One of the problems that became very imminent was that we'd probably be one of the very few cities that would take and have bins for green waste. And we have known for some time that many commercial mowing companies have utilized green bin waste, those waste bins throughout various cities. When we wind up maybe being the only one, the citizens may have to pay for a lot more than just their own green waste. So that's something that we'll have to consider as we move forward. I'm not sure how you monitor that, but there are some issues why we really kind of settled in on filling our green cans and picking up the green cans and delivering them to Logan City to cut down on some of that problem and expense to our citizens.
Anyone else for public comment? Ty, do we have anything?
No, no general comment.
Okay. All right. Somebody trying to come up or?
Sorry. Shelley Neighbor, I know we have more important things going on today. I just wanted to make a quick correction, no offense, Josh. The statewide water rebate program is only eligible in cities that have made changes to their codes. So I don't know if you guys got that letter. I hope you did. To me, I think it's something important and something worth considering. Water's my day job, and my husband hates mowing the grass, so we would love to be able to get that money. For me at my home, it would be $6,000 or $7,000 that we could put toward water-wise renovations. So I think it's worth considering for the citizens.
And thank you for the correction. You're right. Yeah, that was correct. Yeah.
Thanks, Shelley. Shelley is on our planning commission, but her day job is working at the water, the state water resource. Yeah, water rights. Thank you. I will close that portion of the meeting and go on to presentations. And we have tonight Cheryl Goody with us. Cheryl is the director, director, CEO, chief cook and bottle washer at the family place. And they do a fabulous job there. As mayors, we went and had dinner there, and she shared with us some of the things that they were doing. And they're doing a great job with children that need help. We were all in tears, actually, when she told the story. One of the stories that she has a ton of them. But anyway, we thought it would be worthwhile for our council and for our citizens to hear about the family place. So
Thank you so much. I can tell that you are a council that cares about your citizens. And so I want to make sure that you're aware of the resources for them. So we have 3 locations across Cache County, one in Smithfield, Logan, and in Hiram. So Logan or Hiram might be a place that your citizens might want to visit. We have services for children, for parents and caregivers, and for families overall. We are a 501c3, and so we depend on grants and donations to keep us going. We are able to offer services in prevention and in intervention. And we always think that prevention is the way to go because we can save tax dollars in that way. We do that through therapy. Again, that can be for individuals, for couples, for families. We do that in workshops. Maybe for a group of individuals that have experienced a similar trauma. We also have educational programs that vary by different types of families because we know there are unique family structures. We have a class that is specific to remarriage and to step families that includes the parents and all of the children, where they receive an educational piece for about 7 weeks, and the kids get education, parents get that parallel teaching, and then come together to talk about challenges that they are going through. We know that marriage divorce rates are high. Remarriage is even higher. And we also know that if we can help people to be successful in their homes, that they in turn will pass that on to their children. They're going to be better employees and they're going to be happier citizens. We also have education classes just in overall parenting. We all need additional tools. Every child is unique, and sometimes parents tell us, I wish I would have known just a different way to handle this situation.
because we get most of our tools from our own parents or whoever raised us. And sometimes that's not the model that we want to continue. We get a lot of intergenerational challenges and even violence. We have classes all the way to just a potty training class that a caregiver can attend in person or virtually. Just because that, you know, we laugh and say that children don't come with an instruction manual. That is true. And we're expected to raise up successful adults, and it can be very hard. And we recognize that. So we want to be family support system. I think it has been thought for some time that the majority of families and individuals in Cache Valley have extended families. And as you talked about, we are growing and people are coming from all over the United States to come to Utah because there are so many great resources and support, and we want to be part of that support system. It's been said that there's no growth in the comfort zone and no comfort in the growth zone. And so we recognize that as you as a city are growing, we have found that the number of staff that we had just 3 years ago has more than doubled in an effort to meet the needs of the community. We know there's mental health challenges. So we want to be there with therapy and preventative educational service. So I want to tell you just about one last service that is available for your citizens that we have found has a very high preventative rate of child abuse, which is what we were founded on over 40 years ago. So we have a long history of doing what we do, and we do it well. We have our kids' place, and our kids' place can be accessed for children 11 and under. And there's a few different ways that they can visit this. One, if there's a crisis, we have a 24-hour crisis line, and we promise we will be to the building if we're not already there within 30 minutes to take those children so that caregivers can do what they need to do, whether that is get to a doctor because there's challenges in that way, or if there's mental health issues and they need a break. We can take kids up to 72 hours. Our staff are trained in CPR, they're background checked, and they have all of that training so that kids aren't just put in front of a TV or a video game. We promise that we'll return them a little better than we found them. We also have weekly scheduled care, and children, again, 11 and under, can come to the family place for 2 hours during the week, maybe Thursday from 10 to noon. And parents, caregivers can drop them off. We'll take care of them. And those parents or caregivers, they can go to a doctor's appointment. They can go grocery shopping without a 2-year-old on their hip and crying for the candy that's near the cashier. Or sometimes we found they need to just go home and take a nap. They've been up all night. We have a great evaluation team, and we have found that over 80% of those caregivers that have taken advantage of that scheduled weekly care have shown that it has prevented child abuse. 80% just from that break, because they are able to know that they have that break coming. They've got a little bit of support, and they can have a moment to themselves. And I don't know about you, but that could have changed a lot for me as a family who moved around the United States in the military, and we didn't have that extended support near us. And so I think it would be a great opportunity if you would like to visit the family place. We offer tours so that you can see what happens there and connect with us so that your citizens of Providence will feel more supported as they grow their families.
If someone wants to drop off a child, what is the cost to them?
All free. Our services are free.
So there should be no reason. If you're having a crisis yourself and need to drop a child off, it's a wonderful service. Questions?
Yeah, one question. Do you still use both locations in Logan, the new building you build a little further out in the?
No, we don't use that. That actually was purchased by Little Wonders. And so we use just our building that is behind the DI.
Behind the DI.
Mhm.
Okay, right, thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Is there any financial qualification to get those services?
That's the best part. It doesn't matter what the income level, education level, or even where you live. We serve Cache County, Rich County, and even up into Franklin County.
I would allow questions from the audience if anyone has.
Thank you. Your work.
Like to donate? Is there There is. You could just call our main line and they will direct you on what we're accepting at this point and how you can help out. And that doesn't just mean in-kind donations. Maybe you want to donate your time and come volunteer with us. We use a few hundred volunteers a year that saves us over $10,000 per year.
We're going to put something in the newsletter this next month, and the number will be in there as well. So if you know someone who might be struggling, who might need to have a break from children, or they don't have any other way to go to the doctor without a child on their hip, the family place is a great place to take them. It's a nice new building. The facilities are wonderful, and the children are very comfortable there. Cheryl tells the story of sitting in a rocking chair with a child. You want to tell that quick?
Just know that those kids are well taken care of and we're well trained to be able to look after them so that caregivers don't have to worry about them and they can take care of themselves. Self-care is really important. As you're trying to care for a child, you know, we often hear the story when we're on an airplane, right? Put that oxygen mask on yourself before caring for others. And we feel that same way. That parents need to take care of themselves.
Are you ever so full that you turn people away?
It is the most amazing thing. We have never turned anyone away with our 3 locations. We're able to do that. Sometimes we have to make some adjustments. Someone calling maybe from Hiram might have to visit Logan if we have challenges in that. And in fact, over COVID, we never closed our doors and never turned anyone away.
It's great community opportunities like that is such a great thing about Cache Valley. We take care of each other. So thank you. We'll go on to item number 3 is the Providence 10 LLC annexation. Providence City Council will take comments and questions regarding a request for Providence 10 LLC to annex parcel 02-117-0022 into Providence City. The parcel is located in the general area of 600 South Garden Drive. For those of you that want to speak about annexation only, now is the time. We're not talking about zoning. Everyone on the council has watched the Planning Commission. We're all aware of their recommendation. We're all aware of all the comments that were made. But this particular item is for annexation only. So do we have anyone that wants to speak on that? I will give you an opportunity to speak when we actually go to the resolutions. But this particular item is only for annexation. To move forward to do our homework and our investigation into it. Yes. And this is the actual vote. Okay.
Can I make a comment? So this is just for annexation
Only for annexation.
and it's a public hearing.
It's only a public hearing. We're not
It's
voting.
for the public, for
Right.
us to hear the public about annexation only.
Right.
And if it's annexation only and it's annexed without a zone assignment, the zone assignment just defaults to the master plan, the general plan, general master plan. Just want to
So to
clarify that, right?
to clarify,
Because
this
we're
is
talking about annexation only, but
So this,
Annex only.
well, let me clarify for you that this is the public hearing
Right.
to hear about it. Now, the public hearing on the zone was done at Planning Commission. The public hearing for the annexation is held, because it is an ordinance, it's held at council level. The actual action, the action item is item number 6. And that is where on item number 6, you would take, so at this point, this is only a public hearing. This isn't actionable. This is just hearing. The action would be done in item number 6. So item number 6 would traditionally be where the zoning from that's where you marry the planning commissions and the public hearing for the annexation. You marry those together. And at that point, item number 6 is both of those things together. Now you had just zoning, you have just annexation, and then you marry them together. And item number 6 is where you would then take action or hear from the public on either of those discussions. But anyway,
So this is not an action.
so this is
item.
not an action item. Item 6 is the actionable item, and that's so.
Are you talking about annexation or you're talking about zoning?
Well, you will vote to zone if you vote.
I would say if you want to comment on both, that would be on number 6.
Yes.
As long as that panel will be provided.
Okay. Anyone want to speak about annexation only?
You like yes annex or no don't annex?
You can say whatever, but it isn't zoning, it's annexation only. So this is your time to speak about annexation, if that's what you want to speak
When
about.
you say that, you mean whether or not people support annexation.
Correct.
You know, I'll speak on it, even though, well, my name is Mike Simadeni, 534 Guard Drive.
Okay, 2 minutes too.
I'll be really
I'm-
quick.
okay.
My concern about annexation. What we had at River Heights, when the development came, River Heights rejected it. It was annexed into Providence. Providence has the resources to maintain that type of building development. So my concern, if we annex this into Providence, Millville does not have the water set up. Millville doesn't have the sewer set up. And so the likelihood of a high development, multi-home and all this type that I think a lot of people are concerned about can't be built and grow because it's Millville and not Providence. So my concern, I would say, don't annex it. Yes, you want the property taxes and whatnot for Providence, but if Providence does not annex it, it's going to eliminate 90% of our fears, at least my fear. And it was standing room only last time. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. And so Millville doesn't have the capability to do what Providence does. And so if you're talking about going back to the original master plan, which was done during COVID and no one really knew about, that's a concern for me.
It was not done during COVID. It was done prior to that.
Okay, that was information I understood.
It was done, it was done in February.
About annexation.
I would be in favor.
We need your name.
Tom Reedy, live on Meadow Lane. I would be in favor of annexing that land specifically for park. For another park. This.
Okay.
Annex it for a park. Period.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else for annexation? Okay.
Lewis, Providence City residents. I would say, I would have to agree with him on not annexing it because Millville is nowhere near set up for, they have all these other restrictions that are limiting them from doing anything right now. And if that's what prevents this from happening, then I would support not annexing it. And also, it did seem like the vote happened right around COVID. And so it just seems a little bit like A lot of people weren't.
But all
aware.
the planning was prior to,
And it was before COVID.
and it was before COVID.
That's why I have to say that.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I will. Do we have anything on just annexing type? While you look,
When you made the plan.
no, you have to come up and say your name.
Sorry.
My name is Lindsay Jensen and I live in Providence. I just was never aware of the plan and I guess usually when big changes are made, I feel like those signs are out so that we can see, especially because it does affect us greatly, what plans that you make for our area. And so I never saw anything.
It's been posted
And
on
so-
our website.
So your website is where it was. So we needed to look on the website knowing that that was happening.
There was,
Sorry,
there was a lot of information that we were doing.
Okay.
A general plan,
Okay.
and
Which I think that most people had no idea that that took place. Because when I mean, I've lived in that same area for, it's been about 19 years and we moved like 2 blocks away because we loved the area. And so obviously it's something that I think a lot of people in that area would have had interest in and we just had no idea. So anyway, I don't know. I think that maybe in the future, when those, I appreciate those big signs in the areas where like plans are being made.
So for the general plan, it would not be feasible to sandwich board the entire city.
Okay.
And different things require different methods of noticing. But in our citizen survey, it is helpful for us to know the best way to get information
Okay.
to you guys, because we want you to know. We don't
Yeah,
want
yeah.
people to
Which
not
we
know.
Not a
and
secret.
obviously,
Right.
I'm
To not know,
I'm not
frustrated,
saying like,
but-
oh, this was a secret, but it felt like a shock that like I had no idea that I think a lot of people felt the same, that like, because when I purchased our lot, it was very different. So like, you know, then what, like, what it was made on that. So anyway, okay.
So sandwich
then
boards is
maybe-
one of your preferred ways of communication.
I think it's a great way. I do, because I think that like, as we're driving by, we see that there's something going on in the area to be able to look at. Anyway, I think it's effective.
Do you use our social media sites?
No,
Facebook and
I don't know that I actually have.
that's
So-
that's your
so that is
assignment,
a good
all of
one.
you. Go,
Do you have
Go friend us on
Instagram? Is it
Facebook.
Instagram? Okay, I will be there. I will be there.
because we send everything out on those as well.
On the Instagram,
Okay,
okay, because I know that some
Twitter.
people with, did you say like the internet or the website, you're improving that, right? Because I know that that has been a concern and a problem to be able to like read the maps and all of the things, so, but okay, thank you.
Al?
Al Hanson, I've lived here in Providence for 37 years. Let me address the comment that she made about we don't know what's going on. There's a very, very simple answer to that. Come to the council meetings so you can see what's going on. I've been coming to council meetings now for 2 or 3 years, and I found out a lot of things that I wouldn't have known otherwise. So if you people want to know what's going on, show up.
Well,
Everybody's got
it's
excuses.
also on YouTube. You can watch it live on YouTube. And then it's posted. It takes a couple of days for it to come up. Ty, how long does it take for it to come?
About a day.
It takes about a day. And then you can watch the recording. You can go back and watch all the city council meetings if you want to.
It'd be super interesting.
So we have tried to get the word out, and short of going to people's homes and dragging them to the meeting, I'm not sure what else we could have done. So if you want to know what's going on in your town, in your neighborhood, please be involved. Look at the agenda. The agenda is posted. We're required by law to post it, how many days? 4 days in advance?
The gin itself is a required 24, but we try to post 7 days in advance.
We try to post it at least by the Friday, the final agenda by the Friday before the Wednesday that we meet. So it's there for you. But we can't drag people to the water hole. Okay.
My name is Bonnie Greif and I'm a resident of Providence. And I've got a concert to go to for my grandchildren. So I want to speak and say bravo for everybody who comes. We're waking up. We realize that we have a vested interest in our nation and especially in the valley that we live in. So
And a say, you have a say in what's
yes,
going
yes,
on.
hallelujah. Okay, so I need to say something about the next agenda item because Drew has a concert. And what I would like to say.
Okay. It's about the final budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say that I oppose raises because this year we are all being faced with increased taxes because of these increased inflated property values. And as a senior citizen, I just want to voice my concern. So thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for everybody showing.
Okay.
Can I do two things? One on the current one. I'd like to give a plug if I could. If you are unfamiliar with and you are new to planning, if you aren't aware, the county does the Metropolitan Planning Organization has a current planning out, and they are set to they are planning a major corridor road to go through Garden Drive. If you're unfamiliar with their plan, I would highly encourage that this is an education point for you, that plans are highly involved, and as they are getting ready to finalize their plan, this is affecting your area. I would highly encourage
So we would encourage all
to
of
watch
them.
those plans because they affect you as well.
Okay.
Sorry.
The work that went into the plan and the public input that was part of it. I talked to every member. I did not contact you, but I talked to every member of the council and to Ryan Snow and several of them.
State your name. please,
Sorry,
the
my
public
name is
record.
Alan Miller, resident of Providence. And I believe the ones, I didn't ask this question to everyone, but I believe the ones that I asked, I had mentioned, there has been this concept of that there was a ton of public comment put into the general plan. And I said, could you direct me to any statistics or numbers or reports on what happened? And the ones that I talked to said, oh, well, my term started after that, so I couldn't show you. So I'm wondering if anyone has that data to be able to show what type of public comment went into the general plan.
Former mayor is here. John Drew. John? Do we have documentation?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
He wants to know if we've documented how many comments we had, how many public
The general
comments we
plan,
took on
way
the general
back
plan.
when- Well, Josh was on the planning commission. He could probably give them some insights better than I could. So I think his question is there a record of
Yes.
those comments that were made? I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. John Drew, past Providence City Mayor. And I nominated Josh to the planning commission. So that's why I asked him to comment. So
Well, it started,
do we have a record of public comments that were made when the general plan was?
You know, most of our plans after that point have included the public comment. The general plan, that is an item that isn't included in its published plan. But a lot of the other plans do include a appendix that includes that. So
John, didn't your council work on that general plan for like 3 years? Yeah, you worked
We don't
on,
really have a general plan.
you worked on the general plan for years, and then we just buttoned it up, like we edited it and
We
buttoned
took
it
a
up.
lot of.
They
public
worked
comment
on it for
For
years.
a long time,
I understand it was a lot of work. I was,
because
when we say that we listened to their input, I was just looking for, is there any?
So you could read the council agenda from 2018 to 2020 and so for 2 years worth of agendas.
It's published all the way back to 2010. You can go back and
But
read
it only
through.
happened in council.
Read through
so,
the-
so it's published, the agenda, the minutes,
I don't remember.
but you don't have the luxury of going back to 2018. There's a YouTube video, so where you can actually hear the public comments and get a sense of the sentiment and all that. So, yes, we had a cut and paste general plan because the state code required we had. So we had a huge task and a lot of public comment on a lot of issues here in the city of Providence to gather before we could put a general plan together. And there's a lot of elements of it that, I mean, they're good infrastructure stuff, you know, they're not zoning and other stuff you folks here are concerned about. So there's a lot of work to get it right. And now we have a city manager and he stays on top of that general plan and make sure we're working forward and reaching those goals.
But was that around the same time as River Heights? That had to go to a vote because everybody around there threw a fit because of the way that it was zoned, the way that things happened there. That's why it was put on the ballot. That became a big deal. So the time period that you're talking about would be around the same time period as what happened behind River Heights. If I'm understanding you correctly.
Said behind River Heights.
So you have the
I think
River
what you're
Heights
saying-
Elementary School.
The vineyard.
And so
You're talking about
Talking about the-
So they had 3 phases. They did the first phase and then the public threw a fit. And then we had a vote on it.
If
Which,
you're gonna speak, we need your name and we need you up by the
So I
mic.
can tell you the whole history of it from memory, but I'm not gonna take up the council.
no, I'm just saying that the city.
It's in the
85 to
records.
15, 85 to 15.
So part of that development is in the general plan.
I believe
and part
this
of it was-
discussion just got out of order.
Yes.
Part of it was subject
I think
to.
we need to halt the discussion and bring it in order. This has
Part
got
part
out
of
of
it
order.
was annexation, part of it was. The other parcel was not.
You can take this offline if you have more questions.
By the way,
It's
just
all
wanna-
documented. It's in the minutes. We didn't put it all together so that it's in one single report. But it's there. You can go read it if you want to. Thanks, John.
One thing I want to say, I appreciate all the hard work the council does. The hardest part is sitting in front of the public.
Right?
And, and they ask some tough questions and they're certainly welcome to. But that keeps us on our toes, right?
Right. Thank you. If you have comments, you need to come, be recognized, say your name. Otherwise, we'll be here till midnight and we're not going to do that tonight. Okay, I'm going to close the annexation public hearing and we'll go to our final budget public hearing. Again, this is not an action item on this number 4. It is an action item when we get to number 5. So we will take public comment about the budget at this point in time.
For public comments, we're not even supposed to respond. Like, we're supposed to just listen. So it's very, very tricky.
You need to state your name and you'll have 2 minutes. So Ty, would you please time?
Annette Drew, we were here last year with the same issues as far as the raises are concerned. I have some more surveys that I did, if you'd like, if I may.
Yes. With the ones, one. Here. We'll pass them down.
So anyway, I did the survey last year concerning the raises, and what we found out is that Providence is probably the highest when it comes to council salaries. What I'm saying is that I do not want to see another 5% increase. We, as citizens,
here in Providence are already paying an enormous amount of money for you guys to be here. It'll go up to $10,000 a person. I believe that this is a service job. Again, I said this last year. There were 7 cities that had no changes last year in increasing. And actually even one mayor reduced his the pay in half. So we're not a huge city, and I think the citizens can agree that $834 or $835 per councilman per meeting is an enormous amount of money. You guys got a huge raise 2 years ago. And I think that, as I stated last year, I think this is a service job. And I know that you guys want to do a great job and you're doing a great job, but I don't see, if you can tell me what you do different or do what you do more than other cities, then that's up and beyond what they do. I don't see where we should have another increase, another 5%.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Okay. Ty, are there any online? Okay. I'll close that item now, and we will go to item number 5. Resolution 06-2023, fiscal year 2024 final budgets. The Providence City Council will consider for adoption a resolution approving fiscal year 2024 final budgets for all funds. Approval of the final budget includes a wage increase for the mayor, council, and staff. So this is when the council talks about this and we'll make a decision. Okay, I would like to address somebody else. Let's do a motion. Okay. I'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the budget.
Okay, got a motion?
Yes.
I need a second. I'll second. Okay. So here's discussion. Yeah. Comments.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment as to the situation. It's a well-known statement that the servant must be worthy of his hire. And many mayors and city councils have sat in these chairs before us. And many more will sit in these chairs after us. Each has been elected to serve the citizens of Providence, move the city forward, and achieve objectives and goals. Not all who have sat in these chairs have had the same objectives and goals. And not all have achieved those objectives and goals because of various and sundry reasons. Recently, and I'll address one of these, and it deals with finances. One of those objectives was to reach some common ground with the Spring Creek Irrigation Company so that the city could use their shares in the company for culinary use. The Spring Creek Water Company wanted to see agreement reached. There was many times when we wanted to sit down with the mayor and council and discuss this issue because we knew that we could save the citizens money in pumping costs, in water, and it was a very valuable resource. It was met with a mode of operation of those sitting in these chairs as one serving egos, attempts to exercise control, total dominion, and take over the Spring Creek Water Company. unwillingness to discuss and find common ground in order to come to an agreement, threatened lawsuits and out of control attorney expenses that cost the taxpayers of this city, and you can check previous budgets, in excess of $100,000 in a single year. It also required tens of thousands of dollars in the citizens' money spent to defend themselves. This mode of operation produced absolutely no results, except to create a stalemate and contention. The mode of operation of this current city council and mayor, along with the leadership of our great city manager, Ryan Snow, is far different. An agreement was reached with Spring Creek very shortly after this council took their seats. With the able-bodied council, mayor, Ryan, they came together. They found common ground, eliminating totally attorney expenses. The citizens at this current time enjoy water from the spring using the city's shares of water that they have acquired over the years. And it goes in your culinary system without pumping costs. And without legal fees, without threats of lawsuits, people just wanting to serve the citizens of Providence. Now you're seeing over $50,000 worth of no pumping costs for that water that's coming out of Broad Hollow Springs into your culinary water system that could have been flowing years before had there been some common ground reach without the legal fees. The dollars alone from wasted frivolous attorney fees far exceed any raise to be received by anyone sitting in these chairs now and for many, many years to come. You will see the benefits and savings to citizens as the garbage collection unfolds and in other programs. This group works to get things done, not only just in finances, but you can hear from this group tonight. We are actively involved in serving this community. The group works to get things done effectively and efficiently. And so I say again, the servant must be worthy of his hire. I think that has been clearly demonstrated.
Thank you, Grant. Other comments?
I'd like to discuss Ryan's a little bit. Where he has passed this exam and received this designation. It's essentially like earning another postgraduate degree. And so I think that's something to consider. I'm not sure how to compensate that, but he's very capable and he saves us a ton of money and he brings in a ton of grants. Super smart. So we're lucky to have him.
Brent brought up the water negotiations, and it was Janelle and I and Ryan that sat at that table, and Janelle and I would have been too hot-headed to get to the end of those negotiations without Ryan throwing water on the fire, so to speak. But that designation is like unto a PhD. Josh usually has the best ideas on Ryan's compensation.
Is that a compliment? Or?
Yes, and an invitation.
No ideas are coming here right now.
But his percentage should at least go up with inflation like the rest of the staff.
Maybe he should just receive a cost of living compensation like everybody else is receiving.
Well, it should at least go up. The percentage should at least go up with the rest of the staff.
So, I mean, here's, I'm thinking out loud here because I'm got the state in front of me from, it was Annette, right? Did I get your name right? Thanks. It's my mother's name. I love that name. First of all, thank you for this. And I appreciate that it's updated. It's no small task to call every city and ask for salaries and wages. It was good. I was trying to do some like kind of per capita calculations on this to see if it kind of held by city size or something. I did note on page 2, looks like Logan has the highest paid council at 17,842, right? I just want to make note that that's on there. Yeah. And Logan's city size, at least population estimate, is 54,000. So like 9 times, Providence, or no, excuse me, 5 times Providence, 5 or 6 times. There does seem to be a little bit of correlation with city size in terms of compensation, except with the exceptions of Smithfield, North Logan, and Hiram, all have city sizes larger than ours, but council members and mayors that make less. At least, does that sound right to you? Does that seem to pass the sniff test? Okay. I guess I've been puzzled on this one because I may feel differently than the council on compensation, but never really loved that, like, council members or in the House of Representatives, or even Congress, votes for their own raises. Like, I wish there was a different system for it. Like, I just don't like the system. It feels really broken to me. I don't have any brilliant ideas on how to fix that. I have gotten what Ryan's tried to do, and that's just to use a standard cost of living adjustment, a COLA, and to peg that at a right one and then follow that COLA. And I think that's generally a good principle, but I don't think all cities practice it. Clearly, I don't think you think like an accounting person, you're like, okay, the cost of inflation goes up, cost of services go up, we adjust everything accordingly. I think the issue that's pointed out here with the net is that that system isn't necessarily equitable across cities for various servants. Like, not every city is abiding by that same concept or principle. As I look at this, for me personally, I think I like the COLA, but I do think we're priced too high. I do think our compensation is starting to exceed that of our peers. So I have some concerns about that. Like, for me, it feels, sorry, Carrie, get to finish my comment. I know you may feel differently, but we can feel differently on an issue. But it starts to feel that way for me. And I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I was a little uncomfortable 2 years ago, and I'm a little more uncomfortable now. At the same time, the other dynamic is, like, I think this job kind of sucks sometimes, like a lot of times. And you have to have incentive enough you have to have incentive enough that people are willing to do it, and we have had issues before where people just haven't wanted to run for office, and so hopefully people just are doing it out of the goodness of their heart, but it makes it a little bearable being in the chair sometimes, when there's compensation there. So that's not a proposal here, other than just I'm kind of trying to signal my feeling that it does feel like we're creeping out of bounds with sister cities. And I'm a little concerned about that, but I get what's trying to be done. So I don't know, talk amongst yourselves.
For me, it lends itself to retention. I've worked my ass off, and I don't necessarily feel that way about everyone on the council. Annette says we're getting paid $900 to be, or $800 to be at a meeting, but that's not what I've done. I've worked a ton on the city council, and I'm willing to work for another 4 years. And if I weren't getting compensated, I wouldn't do it again. So I do feel like I'm getting fair compensation for the hours that I'm putting in. And if I weren't getting fair compensation, I wouldn't put in as many hours.
What do you consider hours put in and work? Because there's that physical, I went to this meeting, I went here, I went to this meeting, that meeting. But I don't think you're accounting for the 24/7 time and thought that you put into the agenda items here and talking to the people. So last year I'd been in here 6 months, and I brought this up and thought, okay, whatever. I didn't know we got paid doing this thing. I'm the newest one on here. But after a year and 6 months, I don't know, it's a lot of stress. You are more than welcome to take my seat and make changes. So, but I got into this to be here for the people, to listen to the people. It's not a fun thing to do. I don't like going to the mosquito meeting, but 24/7, I'm thinking about these agenda items and what you want, and my time is valuable, whether it's
We're not
here
required to
or
clock in.
traveling to a meeting somewhere.
Yeah,
Sorry, a little emotional, but yeah.
we're not required to clock in, and no one's
Right.
required to put it in a
What's
certain number
considered
of
work?
hours.
What do I need to do to, work hard enough to earn this? You could increase my pay 50% and it wouldn't be worth it, so. That's fine.
But I wouldn't run again if I was getting paid $4,000.
I mean, it's not about the pay at all. Like
It-
Josh
it-
said.
It is to me, it is in some cases, because if I weren't getting compensated, so it does kind of matter.
Yeah, Carrie, I don't want to be insensitive to that because it is a
Yeah,
sacrifice.
I hope I was
mean,
understood on that.
yeah, I want to understand that, it is a sacrifice and I want to acknowledge that. Like I take 3 days off work, to go to St. George. That was really hard. I flew into St. George because I couldn't get there any other
At
way.
midnight.
At midnight. Yeah. So there are those cases and I get that. And I just want to acknowledge how you feel because I know you put in a lot of work into your job, far more than I do. I mean, you do, you take every volunteer assignment. And so I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and no one's required to clock in, and thinking about it is time.
No, it is. And we're at the disposal of the citizens 24/7. They want to send us an email, they want to call us. We don't turn them away.
Or they want to just be mad at us
Yeah.
for no
just be
reason.
mad. Just upset because they want to be upset. They don't like it.
They want to see us at Macy's and just be mad at
We'll
us.
find out later if they're mad at you or not.
So I mean, I'll make a comment on that. I think over the last 4 years, because I was in planning commission for 2 years prior to this, and things were pretty caustic and pretty ugly during those years. I actually think our city's running. So I've been in council 3.5 years now. I'm coming up on my final year. But I actually think the tenor and communication in the city is better than it ever has been. The roads are in better shape. The infrastructure is in better shape. Now, granted, we don't have a green waste end, but that's pretty recent, and we'll see if we can get that solved.
Pretty minor.
But,
when you talk about
we
roads.
have more services.
Right.
We've launched fiber that I know is saving me money monthly, and I think it's saving every monthly. So it's very hard to look at that in the aggregate sometimes, but when you're sitting in this chair, you really do see that the city's run a lot better. All the grants that we've received through Ryan is money that we did not get previously, that has happened. So
Plus the money that went out the door for legal fees.
yeah, so there's two ways to look at compensation. I mean, in our work, when I look at compensation, I don't necessarily count people's hours because that's not an effective way to do it. I pay them to get a job done and look at the value and the return on that investment. And I do believe that we've invested some important money in the city over the last 4 years. We've probably invested money on the council. And I do want to acknowledge, I think we have gotten a better city. Like it is a better city than it was 4 years ago. I can say that very, very confidently. Yeah, so.
And I would encourage everyone sitting out there to at least come to the meetings, but consider or listen online, but be involved somehow. But we have elections coming up.
Yeah.
How many of you would be willing to run for council?
Mayor, one more comment. The other thing that I know is a bit of a lightning rod will be here tonight is the amount of medium or higher density housing that we have in the city. Most of I just drove around Gateway here and saw the new buildings going there. Most of that was done before this council was even in place. The Chug property life cycle, that was all done prior to this council. The Gateway Drive property was all done prior to this council. We've actually done very few of those. We've had some come up, we've done them, but nothing like the ones that you're saying. So it's people don't recognize that because those things are done 2 years previously and then they're built, So, and I don't want them to think, well, we just put in high density housing. We're here to listen to the residents and make a sensible choice for what's being done on the, on the south end of the valley too. So, I just think that perspective is really important. Hal, you know that because you've been coming to these meetings for like 2-3 years. So I know you've seen it and appreciate you doing it. So.
And some of them are agonizing decisions, but we make them with a background and with the study and the time that we put in to make informed decisions. I mean, that's why you don't have to come to every single meeting to ride herd on us, but we do want you to be involved. We do want you to watch the meetings when you can and give us feedback. We ask for feedback all the time. How many of you answered the survey?
Budget. Is there other budget items besides the council's pay and Ryan's pay that anybody wants?
Well, I have a small request. There's a number of charts in there that use very similar blue colors, and I have a hard time telling the lines. And I realize I'm a man and I could have a degree of color blindness that I'm not familiar with, but we've got to change that because I can't see them.
Let's get together and find out which ones those are. I'm happy to change colors.
Couldn't see which line was which.
Yellow, red, whatever.
This is the blues. I can't see the blues. But other than that, I get what's being done, and I don't have any major complaints about the budget, but I feel like this is an important one. So.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve and a second to approve. Do we have more discussion?
Can we just do a temperature check on this topic that we've discussed for the last 15 minutes regarding raises? Like, is the rest of the council voting for these?
We approved it. We are.
If you're approving the budget, I'm assuming you're doing that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's part of the budget.
Okay.
As it is.
I would probably, I'm just going to state my position. As I stated at the beginning, as I signaled, I do think we're getting I probably would not vote for a salary raises this year. And so
I do need to make one adjustment. I would like to include in that.
Okay, so you want to change your motion? You want to amend your motion?
I want to amend my motion to include a cost of living raise for Ryan as a acknowledgement of his what is it called?
Recent resignation.
So
Educational.
So I want to define a few things as it comes. So at this point, as proposed in the budget, just to make sure that it's clear, is that the budget is proposing a 9% generally across the board. That is the cost of living at 6% and a 3% merit for the staff. And we're seeing approximately somewhere between 6 to 9% increases in cost of livings. Mine is not at that point, not out of some generosity, but if you recall, my merit came in January, so I'm not redoing merit. So that is the reason why they're different. So there is a reason why those, I want to just be clear that because my merit was done differently, and in January with my performance evaluation, these ones, the rest of the staff have their performance in June and July, and that's why these are done differently. That's why there is a separation for that number. As far as staff goes, whenever we have a staff member that achieves a new certification or designation, we give them a raise for those things. So if they get their water certification or a CDL, we pay them a flat hourly rate increase. So a water certification or a sewer certification, if they go take a class, take their test, then we give them a 50-cent per hour raise. That's a flat that we do for those, and that is generally what is done with the staff. If they will achieve a level of certification, like our crossing guards, we had them all get flagger certifications, which is a licensed, and they all got a 50-cent increase for that. And so we do that. So that's different than cost of living or these merits. If that's what you're trying to do as a certification, then I think you tie that to the certification. But this is cost of living merit. That's why these are
Can I
different.
ask a question about that?
Yeah.
When they reach a certification, do you award that when you do their annual evaluation on their merit, or you do that immediately
As it happens.
as it happens?
Correct.
So could we do it as a percentage instead of as an?
You can do whatever. 50 cents is what we generally have done for those that are a weekend
How
test.
many hours do you work a year? 50 cents an hour. Give me an estimate of how many hours you work for me.
I'm on salary, so I don't count any more than the 40.
So we're not counting.
We have to do a percentage, right?
So anyway, I just want to make sure that you're aware that that's kind of, I mean, if it isn't a flat dollar per hour raise, and that's what you're looking for,
So what you're saying is this budget does not include a percentage for you for cost of living.
It does.
no, it's the cost of living, right? So, right, cost of living is taken care of, merit is taken, the merit has already been given and taken care of. So this is that. So.
Yeah, we talked about it in years like. That's nice.
So
Can I ask one question about the other salaries? When was, I believe we had this done, when was the last time we had a comparable salary analysis done?
we had one done in 2019. We had it updated 2 years later as just a, it might have been 2020, and then we did it 2 years later, 2022. We would be set for another full evaluation next May. So in a year from now, we do that about every 2 years. We have a full one and then kind of an update and then a new full one. And we bring in a third party to do those. So every 4 years we have that's the plan.
We have that done with the council at the time too. If I remember that right?
Yes, it was the entire staff, and then we redid their job descriptions and that, and we did a full one, and it included the council and a review of the council across the state. It wasn't just the Cache Valley, but statewide was its evaluation. So.
Remember that, just wanted to make sure.
Well, so far, I don't know how to amend my motion.
Jeff, what's the pay differential when you go from a bachelor's to a master's and a master's to a PhD? I know that's how they work in the education system.
I'm not there.
Well, you've done one, so what's the difference?
Is it a percentage?
Is it a percentage of your pay?
Does anyone in the
They're like
audience
steps
know?
and lanes or something, they just jump. Yeah, you go to this chart and it just, you have this, you jump
The
to this
2%
number.
increase?
Haven't done it.
2%?
Jump, but,
1 year to the next.
right.
That's on masters, it's a 2,000,
What about a master's to a PhD?
another 2,000.
So it's a
So
lane.
that's about
change of
$1 an hour.
It's not a
$2,000.
percentage of the salary. It's a $2,000 bump.
It's a $2,000 bump in the wage that will be received during that coming year. Is that right?
So, sorry, I just want to know where we're getting this data. Are you working? Someone verify this for
You're
me.
never going through that process.
Oh, you went through this process. That's how you know. How many years ago was that? Too many. Okay, sorry. I just, before I use that as gospel, I just want to know where the data is coming from. Yeah.
Okay.
Emotion. Josh,
Okay,
wanna motion
are you ready to
something?
amend?
I'll make shall I make a new motion?
Josh,
can
make
amend
a
it.
motion.
I'll amend the motion. There we go. The motion on the table is that we approve the budget. And with the amendment is that it will be amended to increase the as like a lane chain, $2,000 a year onto Ryan's income based on the fact of the certification that he's achieved.
Okay, so we have an amended motion. We need a second.
Can't really second it without a value. It's too open-ended.
You said
2,000 or 2,000 a year increase.
This year, this fiscal year.
Right.
Because we
This
just
next
approved the budget
fiscal year.
1 year at a
Right.
Fine, that'll work.
Well, do you want it ongoing? Or just for this next year?
Well,
You can't do it ongoing. We approve it every year.
But so
what you prove is
if you're approving a $2,000 increase in salary, it it is ongoing.
It's ongoing, yeah. I assume it'll be ongoing. It's like a lane change in education or some of these fields, government or whatever. You change lanes because of certifications and so forth. They don't diminish it the next budget year. It is ongoing and continues. That's my understanding. So that's my motion.
Okay, we need a second.
Yeah, I'll second that. That's,
No, that's fine. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I think we're off on salaries, to tell you the truth, and city compensation and council personally, sorry, so.
so what would you propose?
I will make a proposal, you may not like it, but I do think we're off.
Being paid too much.
I think we're paying too much. Yeah, I do. I mean, I've just been Googling, like trying to look at averages, which is why I asked about the salary study, and I think we crept up on for council compensation too. Sorry. So if you're asking me what I would propose, and I don't know. This is tough because it's been really hard to manage salaries the last couple of years, you know, with inflation and stuff. I probably would, my motion, I think I'm going to be standing alone on this, would be that we keep our compensation the same this year, going into next year, improving the budget, no change. I'd probably only do COLA raises this year on the salary and not merit. So I think I'm going to be completely alone on that one, but that's probably what I would do. For staff. Yeah, I'm looking at comparables here and I'm not quite getting up as high as we are. So that's what I feel.
So I have no problem holding on the council's raise. That's fine with me.
And
However,
the mayor's fine.
However, I do agree with the sentiment that the amount of time that you put in, at least for me personally, I have to choose how to spend my time and how it impacts my family. And do I continue to do the things that I do for the city, or do I go use my, my college degree and I don't know. I probably could 10 times my salary that I get on city council, but and ask myself, what is it? How much time can I put in? Do I put in my hourly rate? But you get 5 hours of my time a month. I know that's not accurate. Because I probably put in, I don't know how much it depends on the week.
I think you put in a lot of time.
But
yeah,
I'm
but I don't think we can compensate you enough for that.
I know, but I'm also not in this for the money, but it does impact retention. It does impact retention. So that is a real statement. So, I mean, I think it's fair to at least be transparent that way. So,
And I don't have a vote, and I didn't run for mayor because of the money.
Yeah, we know
I
that.
ran.
We know you didn't run for the money. Yeah. So.
Well, my hourly rate when I was the president of a computer consulting firm was a lot more than what I'm making. And I spend a lot more than half of my time, half-time here and meeting with people, going places. I don't charge the city for my mileage. I don't charge the city for the meals that I pay for that I have with people. So, but I knew what it was when I took the job.
Yeah,
so
mine is as much about perception as reality here. Okay,
right.
So there's the reality, and I know Janelle works hard, and I know we couldn't pay Janelle enough for what she does. Like,
you couldn't pay me for what my mind does.
So I guess my point is one of being in harmony with the citizens of Providence, that they feel like they're getting that they're not being taken advantage of, that they're getting the right amount of value out of what they're paying for the council. And I stated that earlier. I think they're getting a tremendous amount of value. Like the city's so much better run, but perception does matter, you know, and I think we've reached that point. And looking at comparables, I think we might just be better off holding.
Well, if you stop and take a look at it, we have a room full of people here. How many spoke?
Well, we haven't gotten to the item they want to speak. on.
I'm referring to, yeah, regarding that topic, one spoke. I'm referring to the
They're wishing
information.
that we stopped talking about this so they could speak.
I'm sorry.
Are
what
you
was
talking
that?
about staff though, not giving them their,
I
their
think we ought
cost
to-
of
I
living
think we ought to
raise?
just do COLAs this year.
Because I feel strongly that we need to retain our great staff and I feel like there's poaching between cities. And so I feel like we have to give them.
But I don't see everyone, the last 2 years, I don't see everyone having done COLAs like we've done. We did 8% last year. Didn't we do an 8% COLA last year?
Well, we've not raised taxes.
And then we've got a 6% COLA this year. Actually, I think we've had a significant COLA every single year. And I know when I was at the Utah State that we didn't even get from the state legislature, we didn't get COLAs every year.
The cost of living has changed dramatically in those numbers. Right.
Yeah.
I pull it off. So I do, when you can see, we pull it, it's data driven. You can see that in 2022 and 2021, or from 2020 to 2021 to 2022, that cost of living, I would say, I mean, obviously, I'd like to argue for the staff. I think we do a great staff. We're taking on fiber. We've added other options. We'll take on garbage, and those things affect the entire staff. I would say keep in mind there is no tax increase. The comment was made of a property tax valuations going up, but just because the the rate's gone down. The rates have dropped every year for the last 4 years. We've dropped property tax rates. We have, and I understand that if your valuation goes up, your rate goes down, but we've actually dropped it below just the certified rate a couple of times. Because the valuation goes up, we have held our property tax collection. So we have been able to manage an increase. I mean, the amount of your salary increased for the staff is 1.5% of your budget. I mean, we're talking, and at that point, we have seen the staff to achieve, we have the best roads we've ever had, probably the best water system we've ever had. We have the best staff that you've probably ever had. I guess I do argue for them. And if it's difficult being on your side to accept it, it's certainly difficult on my side to propose both my own and yours. Talk about an awkward situation. But I look and say we have come along. There is, it's undisputable. There has been record increases, and people talk about being on a fixed income, but there has been a record increase in Social Security and their cost of living increases as well. Those ones follow suit with that. We're not adding any at this point. We're not adding any rate increases. So anyway, sorry.
Number one, so I don't use compensation for city council salaries as a tax. Okay, so I don't like to conflate it with sales tax. So don't view it as a tax. It's compensation for people who pay for their job. No, it's de minimis when it comes to how much it affects an individual resident. We can acknowledge that. Right. So I think it's important not to conflate those. And I'm also not suggesting that we don't do a COLA raise. My proposal was that we follow COLA, and that's exactly what Social Security would have done. They would have had a pegged COLA, and they've done it year after year. We have consistently done that, and I think we should do that again. That's my proposal. Okay, so I'm not hanging out to dry here. I'm saying let's follow the COLA, but I'm looking at the comparables, and I'm looking at the last time we had a salary study done. So I'm looking online. I'm thinking I think we're getting out of bounds here. I would be most comfortable with the COLA this year and have that salary study done, and then we're going to have a much better third-party view of have we made the right moves over the last 3 years to make sure people's salaries are there. And I'm the first person to come to bat when those salary studies show that there's a significant delta between what the average is and what we're at. And I support those. I have every single time. So
When you put the money in the budget, the 3%, that was done because of the salary studies that you've done?
At this point, the salary study would tell us whether we're within the market. We've made market adjustments. This isn't a market adjustment. It's cost of living, you know, and having some merit increase along with it. But I mean, they're included in the budget. We've adopted those in the budget, but the drive is to make sure that our staff is within that median range of pay. And so that's been our goal. We've worked towards it. We've made lots of progress, but there is a cost of living and a merits one.
and
So
I just think there's a huge opportunity here. No doubt we've done great things. And I think the city does a phenomenal job. It's been great. Good 4 years. It's awesome. Then we're going to an election year too. And I think the residents are just starting to see how hard the councils work. I think it punctuates a very good terms of service to say, you want to, we've done all that and we're willing to do that at this value price, you know, and let them evaluate that and see what it's like. I think there's concerns when year after year we do that and it looks like there's an increase and it hasn't materialized all the positive impact that we've had on the city. And I would like some of that to be realized before residents kind of, you know, scrutinize what's been done here and say, you know, they've been trying to do this for money because no one's going to listen to the recording. You know, they're just going to think we're just voting for our own raises and things. And I think that's problematic. So I've said enough.
Okay.
That's the way I
With
feel.
that
If I'm
feedback-
on my own, I'm on my own.
So Brent, would you be willing to change your motion to no raise for us, but keep the motion with the raise for Ryan?
So he just needs to amend his
Yeah,
motion.
just amend it, no raise for us, keep our salary
Is
as
that the
is.
consensus of the council?
I mean, I'm fine with that, like keep our salary where it is,
that
no
what
raise
we want to do?
with that for us, and then.
Or would we like to give that money to a organization that could utilize it?
No, I would like, I mean, yeah, the city. Keep the organization give it to the city.
So are you willing
Is
to amend
that-
your motion?
Well, is that the consensus?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I could vote for that, or I could vote in favor of the way you
You like
currently.
take our whatever percent it is and our 3,000 for the whole year and give it to the city. The 40 extra a month and
Yeah,
Let
either
the
way,
city decide
I,
what to do with
I'm
it.
ready to move forward.
yeah,
Oh,
I don't know what the city's gonna do with it.
I think we have a motion and a second. I think if it dies, it gets voted down, we'll start over.
I'm
Same
good either
motion
way.
again.
Okay, we have a motion. You want to restate your motion?
Yeah,
Make sure everybody knows what it is.
Here we go. Okay, so the motion is that we approve the budget with an amendment to that motion that we give a $2,000 increase in wages as an acknowledgement for the
Designation.
or what?
The designation.
Ryan's new
Yeah,
designation.
designation that Ryan has received. That's my motion.
Okay,
I think that's restated correctly. It's been a long time ago.
and Janelle, you seconded? Okay. Well, I'm just making sure.
Are we
Is
making
that
a
what
new
we heard?
motion
No,
or
no,
restating?
it's the same motion. It's the same motion. So if there's no more discussion, all in favor?
I,
So we've got 3 ayes. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
hey,
Okay, so we've got 2 yes and 3 no's.
Motion passes.
So the motion passes. So we're starting over.
Well, not entirely. We've had a good discussion. We just need a motion.
Okay, so we need a new motion.
Let me do a temperature check. I move that we approve the budget with the following exceptions, that we eliminate, I don't know if that's the right word, it's poor choice of words, but eliminate the salary increase excuse me, let me say it differently. I move that we approve the budget with the following amendments, that the salary and compensation for following changes, the mayor and the council members' salaries remain unchanged for the upcoming fiscal year. And then an across the board 6% COLA is a cost of living adjustment is awarded to all city staff. And that and I am going to do this, that an 8% increase is awarded to the city manager to acknowledge his additional education and certification.
And that 8% is,
I don't need to figure out $2,000. It's a percentage.
Yeah.
It's a percentage increase on 128 to 73.60.
okay, so we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Nay. Nay.
We have 4 ayes and 1 nay, so motion carries. Okay. We're now at item number 6. It's ordinance number 03-2023, Providence 10 LLC annexation. The Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may take action on an ordinance approving the annexation of the parcel 02-117-0022 into Providence City. Parcel is located in the general area of 600 South Garden Drive. No objections to the annexation have been filed. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on April 12th and recommended an R1-12 zone for the entire parcel. So the Planning Commission is a recommending body, but the final say is by the City Council. I will allow comment by the audience. You will have 2 minutes. Recognize that we have all watched the Planning Commission. We all heard the comments. So in the interest of everyone's time, let's not rehash all of that, but you will have 2 minutes if you would like to speak. Ty will be the timer on this. You need to state your name. And if you speak after someone else and they've made a point, please let's not hear it again, because we get it when you say it the first time. So I will open for public comment. He's first.
Sorry, I was standing waiting. My name also point out, my name is Alan Miller. I'm a resident of Providence. Might I also point out that the only public record available on public comment limitations is actually 5 minutes. The Planning Commission is the only place I can find it on public record. So I will try to shorten and we'll skip all of the stuff that was mentioned in the Planning Commission.
Okay.
I rehashed it in my letter that I will
Thank you.
submit to the city for documentation, and then also this for each of you if you could one and pass it down.
We need the rest of them. You only gave him one.
Oh, sorry. Good point. I'll trade you that one. Okay, I do want to start by saying thank you. I mentioned earlier that I talked to each of you as well as Ryan, and I really do appreciate you helping me and all of us understand this process a little bit better. We're still learning, obviously, because there's been some hiccups along the way, but it's been a great process, and I appreciate your service to our community. I do hope that you'll support the zoning of the parcel as R112 only, as recommended by the Planning Commission.
And you are a Providence citizen.
Yes. Yep. I live on 500 South, just around the corner from the lot that is in question. So yeah, I think it was clear of the issues with 480 West and 700 South that are listed as access roads, and the Utah State Research Farm, and that development should match surrounding neighborhoods, and the guiding principles of the master plan talk about maintaining agrarian borders to the city and focusing on inward growth. So to the stuff that is new information. In talking to members of the council, I've learned that some of you are looking for new insights as to why the general plan is maybe shouldn't be followed for this parcel, but I'd first like to point out the general plan is already not being followed for this parcel. The general plan asks for MXD zoning, which is not what the developer has requested. So not moving forward with the planning commission's recommendation is no different than approving the recommendation of the developer. I've also heard concerns that there's legal obligations to follow the general plan. I talked to Ryan and asked if there was any legal liability to not follow the general plan. He assured me there's not. I asked if there was a way to change the general plan or modify it, and he said there is, but that's not necessary because you can just choose to follow the recommendation of the planning commission. Additional insights on access beyond 480 West and 700 South. Garden Drive is also an issue. The developer points to plans from the CMPO to make Garden Drive a collector road running south from Millville. I spoke with CMPO Executive Director Jeff Gilbert, who told me the project is included in their plans, but in their mind, it is no more than just a line on a map, and that he doesn't see it happening anytime in the near future. Gilbert says he's very skeptical that Garden Drive could ever be a collector for two main reasons. First, Millville is against connecting the road in the first place. And if it is to happen, they feel like it should only be via development and not be a collector road, which I confirmed with Millville City. Second, he said that the existing road and neighborhood doesn't fit the collector standard, and that it's not wide enough and houses front onto it, which shouldn't happen. CMPO doesn't have any intent to rework Garden Drive into a collector due to the cost and political reality that doing so would require buying and tearing out houses. While it's possible the road could be punched through the south due to development, it would be a two-lane road only, and widening wouldn't happen until 2041 or later. He said that if Providence City submitted nominations for Garden Drive, he wouldn't know how it would work. Quote, what could you do to that road that would turn back time and upgrade to some collector standard? Maps from Millville and Providence also don't match up on where the road would connect, which you'll actually see on the map that I passed out. So to explain this, this is Providence zoning map and future zoning. This is Millville's future land use plan. And then on the backside, I've overlaid them on top of each other so that you can see kind of what is the reality of this parcel. Millville's plans say that the collector road would actually be between the parcel and the Utah State Research Farm and not connect to Garden Drive. So obviously there's some sort of disconnect between the cities there. R112 also doesn't line up with Millville's plan to the south, just beyond them not wanting to connect the road. Their general plan has marked this parcel in their annexation as agricultural, following the principle of agrarian buffers between communities, but that they plan to annex the area directly south of the parcel as residential. I spoke with Kara Everton, development coordinator with Millville, who told me that not only does Millville not have a multi-density zone option, but the residential zone requires a minimum of 1/3 acre lots. So for 500 South in Providence moving south, it would transition from 12,000 foot acre lots to 14,500 square foot acre lots in Millville. The developer, trying to go fast, but now I'm out of breath. The developer mentioned the proximity to Millville's planned town center. Again, this would be further south and not butt up against the property. And it won't be a booming metropolis that needs a buffer from residential. Their plans show it to be a small town in historic appearance, which could be viewed as a small town main street. Kara explained that there are very specific requirements of what will and won't be allowed to maintain the small town agricultural field that makes Millville what it is. With discussions around this parcel and the requirements the city has to provide moderate income housing, I talked to Ryan again, and there's 2 points I'd like to make. First, the only requirement for the city on moderate income housing is to have 5 goals and report on the efforts of each of them, but there's no quota that must be reached. And second, the proposal for this parcel would not provide moderate income housing, which according to Providence general plan would require a mortgage of less than approximately $167,000 when Providence Gateway townhomes are listed for around $350,000. And lastly, some members of the council may still wish to push through RM12 zoning for this lot and even strike a compromise of higher density with single family zone, which the developer recently proposed as an alternative option. While I think the facts clearly point to why this parcel should be R112 only, the planning commission briefly touched on the matter of possibly recommending a higher density single family zone, but quickly rejected the idea because it hasn't been part of the proposal or public comment, and to open that door would mean it should go back to the drawing board. The vineyard development was brought up earlier, so I don't need to rehash the history there, but I think it's clear that the voice of the people was heard and that now something is happening, but that it was via coming back to the drawing board and more public comment and more of a process to change from what was initially proposed. So I understand the needs for different types of housing. agree with the guiding principles of the city plan that encourages inward growth and maintaining agrarian lands on community borders. I ask you to recognize the limitations of this parcel due to current and likely future access, the situation with the neighboring Utah State Farm, and how any development will fit within existing neighborhood and future plans by Millville. I encourage you to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation to annex the parcel as R112 only.
Thank you.
Hi, are you timing? Oh.
My name is Jeffrey Pace. I'm a resident of Providence. And I would like to read a letter written by Kendall Pace yesterday, who is also a citizen of Providence. Quote, I reviewed the developer's letter to the city council and completely disagree with his dissertation. I believe the residents of Providence are great people. They have compassion for all races and somatic empathy for first-time buyers. According to an article in the Salt Lake Tribune on March 29th, 2023, developers may receive credits which they can sell to investors looking for tax breaks to build quote unquote affordable housing. The state of Utah substantially raised the credits from $1 million per year to $10 million this year and $10 million a year for several more years. This may shed light as to why there is an abundance of apartments, condos, and high-density developments throughout Utah. Developers have a strong incentive to try to convince the city officials that the residents' desires are wrong. They do this by spinning the truth. Unlike the developers' comments, I believe the residents should have a say in the development of our city, and the city council should listen to the residents. I strongly urge the city council to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation and assign zone R112 for this parcel for the following reasons. 1, it is consistent with surrounding developments. 2, it will maintain safer streets by maintaining appropriate traffic flows. 3, our property values will be maintained. 4, the city's goal for a rural-like feel will be upheld. 5, this will allow appropriate drainage and decrease the potential flooding risk that this property may have due to its location on the lower side of a hill. 6, this will not overwhelm our emergency response system. 7, this zone, R112, will not increase the crime rate, whereas studies have concluded and law enforcement have testified that higher density eventually draws crime. 8, it follows the Planning Commission's recommendation. 9, it demonstrates that the city council does in fact listen to and cares about the residents. Why should the city listen to the people? People pay the taxes. People have a right to vote. When government officials stop listening, we are no longer a free nation. Unquote. That's the end of the letter. And I agree with Kevin's comments. Thank you.
Any more comments?
My name is Jason Holmes. I live on 450 South. I've lived there for 12 years. I sent a letter to Scarlett. I don't know if everyone had a chance to read it or not. But I just
Everybody's read it.
Jason Holmes. I just wanted to reiterate a couple of things about moderate income, the moderate household income. I work in real estate. I've spent a lot of time with our state delegates and trying to understand and define or understand the definition. The federal government defines the moderate household income as 80% of the median household income of your county. The median household income for our county for 2021, because we don't have new data yet, was $65,670. So 80% of that is around $53,000. That purchasing power, using only 1/3 of their income towards housing, only equates to about a $1,500 total monthly payment, which is purchasing power of $225,000. You're shaking your head. Is that?
Yeah, it's.
Well, I was like, it's not
so
wrong.
hard.
And I was giving
So hard.
low mortgage rates, not saying they couldn't change. So I have yet to see a developer in the last few years anywhere near here build townhomes or condos that would satisfy moderate household incomes. So we get tired of having this shoved down our throats from developers that it's going to solve this crisis, and you're all going to be sued by the state if we don't comply. They want a plan. They're not out for blood. The max that they're going to fine you is $18,000 a year, and it will double for them if you don't have a plan. It's not rocket science. So I think that the fear mongering that we need to do this is silly, and it's not needed. My last statement, it's on the letter, is just because we can doesn't mean we should. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Shalise Carlson, and I'm a resident of Providence. My property abuts the parcel in question. I have actually more of a question. I actually had the privilege of speaking to most of the council members throughout the week, aside from Councilmember Polson, so I'm sorry I didn't connect with you. No,
Oh, okay. All right.
we just played phone tag, so you're just circumstantial. Thank you. And I want to thank each of you for taking the time, because I recognize there's a lot of time. And everyone's extremely responsive and willing to visit with me, and I really appreciate that. You guys do a great job, and it's a thankless job, so I'm sorry. And it's a long job. My question was when Councilmember Silly and I were talking, we were talking about Millville's future plans. Did you have a chance to connect with them when you talked to another city council member?
Corey's your city administrator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to them.
Is that something that you could share those? Because I was also able to find their maps and their planning, but I guess I was just confirming that you were able to connect with them because it was a short time frame.
Yes, yeah, I did.
Okay.
And they have updated their website. It's much more friendly than ours, actually.
It is.
Ours is on its heels.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
gonna catch up
excited.
fast.
I'm excited for a new one because I agree
I
it
don't-
was easy
I
to
think it
navigate.
must have been a recent addition.
Okay, great. That was just my only question is if you hadn't, I also connected with them and looked at their
Connected
plan.
with them.
Great, great. I'm glad. I guys do your homework, so thank you. There's no need for me to proceed if you connected, so I just wanted to confirm because I know that they're busy too, so thank you.
My name is Steve Simmons. I'm a resident of Cache County. My property adjoins a small portion of the property in question. I would very willingly live with single family homes. You know, many of the people who live to the north of me in Providence are wonderful people, and I enjoy their friendship. But I do have real concerns about what the impacts in a negative way could be to the agricultural side as well as county neighbors should there be apartment buildings with high density. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Holly Lewis. I'm a member. I live in Providence over in the 480 West Street. And I did speak last time to the Planning and Zoning Committee, and I made my points on the many different things that kind of went along with the letter that he read, like the different points that he made all those points. But I also I read a letter that was written by the developer, but it just talked about different things. And one of the things that it was mentioned was that not wanting to zone due to not wanting to be segregated. I don't think that is anyone's concern, is not to segregate with other people. I mean, I guess I'd have to kick my daughter out of the house if I didn't want to segregate. Or, get rid of my heritage, that where I came from. But I just want to make a point of that. And yes, that we do have a lot of children in the neighborhood, not just our neighborhood, in the whole neighborhood. And that increased traffic is what makes me nervous. Not that we leave our kids out on the street unsupervised, because there are plenty of parents out with those kids every single day. And yes, kids like to play. And I know that one of the points that was made is, we like to preserve our green space, but we could preserve green space, but kind of spread things out. I don't think we need to all be crammed together. So that was just my point. I'm all for keeping it as single housing.
And I can't remember what it is because my phone's about to die and I had all my notes. Anyways, I go along with what the planning and zoning committee also recommended, and I just wanted to make my point. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm Paige Smith and I live in Providence. My house backs up to this property. And I just wanted to tell the planning commission and zoning, and we went to the meeting and wanted to thank them for listening to the residents. I felt like we were all heard and I appreciate that. And some of you were at the meeting. I appreciate you taking the time to leave your families and do that. So just want to thank them.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Clark. I live just, I'd say a little bit north of that, but in the cul-de-sac. And I'm 100% in favor of single-family homes only. I'm tired of the high-rise that I see around the other circles down there and everything. Notice that there's got to be a place for everything. And this is a place that we want to keep it. We want to keep this city normalized. We don't want Salt Lake City, big high rises going up all over. I just want to say my 2 cents in, hope that the minute I got left, I just have one question. For everybody in this room, those that want the lower housing, could you raise your hands? Nobody? Nobody wants it?
Lower your hands.
Ask them to sit down, and that way you can tell.
It looks like it, I'd say it's unanimous in here. I was. I know I'd get there. I was in the planning and zoning, and it was 100% as that was the request. So we're here to appeal to you to obey with what we've decided is the best methods. I thank you for your time, for your work and your efforts and everything that you do. I'm very proud of Providence City. I've only been in Providence City for now going on for about 8 years. However, in different times in Cache County, all over from Benson to Minden, probably got about 25 years in Cache County.
It's a great place. That's why we all live here.
Pardon?
It's a great place. That's why we all live here.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate everything for this time we got. Thank you.
Good evening. I will try and be brief. I don't want to repeat anything that's been said, but I didn't hear it because I was here before. Then I had to leave for a soccer game. I'm happy to report that the Providence King Tigers brought home the W. But yes.
You need your name now.
Oh, my name is Dan Bazaris. I was actually the first home on the 480 West Street that is planning on potentially blasting its way over to Ridgeline High School. So I'm bagging what everybody's mowing, so I don't want to repeat what's been said. But I do want to express a concern of mine and some experience I've had in with representatives in the past at the federal and statutory level. I've had 2 experiences in the very recent history that have in some way kind of eroded my confidence in the public system in itself. And I would hope that, and without giving any details there, in both of these experiences, those who had a vested interest in where the money was were favored over the constituents that the representatives happen to represent. And I think we've seen examples of that at the federal level, especially, and at the state level. And I would just hope that in this case, that doesn't extend down to our local governments, that us here can still have some kind of hope that those that we have elected here represent those who live here. And as has been in a comical way highlighted, and what has been seen in now multiple city planning commission meetings. I think the voice of those who have elected this board and live in this city have been rightfully voiced, including my own of that street and that neighborhood is as close as you can get to a young family utopia, and we would love to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? We have some letters that need to be read. And Janelle has asked if she could make a statement.
Thank you.
Flip a coin or come on up.
Family housing is better, but I don't see anything we talked about there about around the agrarian committee. There's not adequate parks in the city. If we didn't have the schools, we wouldn't have any place to play. Solinger Park is basically 3 softball fields with 100 parking stalls, and everybody parks on the street. Solinger, the park up where you live. Well, that's a frisbee course. We haven't got our own soccer fields. Yeah, they won tonight. Soccer, but they played on school. I don't know how the city is in bed with the school district, how we use each other. I don't know the dignity of that. But if we're going to put some bunch of houses down there, if they're single family, we're going to have a place for all these kids to play. We don't have anything.
Can we have a conversation for a second about this? I ran for council because this was something that I was so passionate about. And we have put in bid after bid after bid for properties. We've tried so hard to purchase park property, but we can't take property from people to build parks. It has to be purchased, and we can't purchase property for more than what it's valued because we're a government entity. But developers can purchase property for whatever they're willing to pay. So we can't just take a piece of property and put a park on it. So we've tried and tried and tried to purchase property. We've put in offers, and we've had offers accepted, and people changed their minds. We put in offers, and we've asked people on every corner to sell their property to us.
We did get some donations.
We've asked for donations of park property. If you know anyone who's willing to sell property for appraised value, we are willing to purchase property. We're trying to purchase property. We've got budgeted money to purchase property. We want park space desperately.
Good. Also, who owns that property right now?
What property? The guy behind me.
For appraised value.
It's absolutely for sale.
Can you buy it for us?
Wish I could. Is there something the city, can we, as a city, come together and say, hey, let's try and buy this? I know we can't buy it for the developer who get a guy, because this guy's home. This is his retirement, perhaps. I don't know.
It's his job. It's his business.
Sell land. So
it's how he
So
makes
Tom,
a living.
we can take this offline, and we can talk about, we can dialogue about
we borrow money
what we can do.
necessary for a park, so that it would be not what people would want for them. I don't know. Maybe he would say.
We don't
"If we're gonna
disagree
put a
that
park
we
there,
need lots of more park space. We have tried to purchase it, so we can take it offline and talk about that. That be okay? Thanks.
Hi, good
Hi.
evening, Jonathan Jarrett, live adjacent to the parcel in question. I loved your phrase you kept using earlier, temperature check. And I'm a little newer than I should be to this discussion tonight. But I am a little curious, like, there seems to be an overall assumption in the room that the recommendation would not be followed, but that it would be moved to high density. Is that the general temperature
No.
of the council?
It's not mandated that we follow it. It's a recommendation.
Right,
So this council can still,
right. And that's not the question, was it?
I'll answer for me. That's a temp check is like,
Yeah,
how's the reading of room?
yeah,
No, people ask me, I'm really kind of open to several options. So there's no like, we're gonna overrule things from my perspective. I
yeah.
don't know, other people. Can
Gotcha.
answer. Yeah. So.
Gotcha.
Generally, I follow the recommendations. But I don't commit to a vote until I hear the public. But generally, we follow the recommendation of the planning commission. That's why we have a recommending board.
Right, right. Am I confused, or is that the single family home recommendation?
Yeah, that's the recommendation.
Okay, gotcha. Further with the temperature check, if you don't mind.
I also.
You can't use that
take
phrase,
your-
trademarked it.
All right.
Yeah.
Discuss it.
we're all
I'm
discussing.
sorry.
I'm open.
That's why
Open
we're
to
here.
discussing.
You're asking for a pre-vote. We're not doing pre-votes.
Yeah, we
No,
can't.
temperature check.
Yeah. It's called a pre-vote.
You don't have to answer. I just told you, I don't think you have to be like, I didn't walk in here with an agenda.
Okay,
Okay, we're
gotcha.
listening, we're trying to serve you. We always do that. Okay, so please, there's no underhandedness. There's no
Could you-
free voting. We're just doing the best.
Could you help us understand maybe the primary contributing factors towards some people's desire for a higher density zoning? for that
I guess the
parcel?
problem is this is actually not supposed to be a Q&A. It's supposed to be, we're supposed to listen to you.
And then we discuss it.
And then we discuss, you get to listen to us, but we're actually just supposed to listen to you.
We're just
right?
asking you to give us
Right.
your comments.
Okay, yeah, and the reason I came with questions is because that practice hadn't been followed up
It
until
had,
your.
and it got messy, if you noticed. It works best when we just listen.
Okay, gotcha. I was hoping you continue with the practice of the night and answering questions as well.
We would have to order pizza.
We prefer question and answer. We just can't. It's not really allowed.
But at
As you
any
have been
given
doing
point,
now.
you
Yeah.
can call any one of us and ask questions.
Gotcha, okay.
Or all of us if you want.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess then if we're stopping with the answering the questions for the evening, maybe I would just voice that I would be for the single family housing.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and against medium or high density. Thanks, y'all.
Michael Jewell, I'm a resident as well. Oddly enough, apparently everyone got my communication with the board. I only heard from one of you. I heard from the mayor, which you mentioned that you reached out to everybody. I guess I'm not included in that. Maybe I'm excluded. I am a resident of the city and reached out
And you reached out to us individually?
Via email, your call.
via email. You responded to me.
Oh, okay.
You're the
I'm
only
like, I
one.
swear I responded to
You sure did.
everyone.
Thank you. I will start, there's something that I've come to know. That ultimately, it relates to the park, right? At the end of the day, in America, no one wants to be told what they can do with their property. Private property rights are what America was founded on. More than anything, the Supreme Court through time has protected private property rights. No one wants to be told what they can do with their property. The cognitive disconnect there is that everyone wants to tell a developer what they can do with their property. So the odd thing about the park that gives me a little bit of heartburn is that our plan includes the park. There are ways that we make this pencil and include parks and its density. That's really the only way to do it. If the city wants to start a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter or come together and buy the property and build a park, I'd love it. I can't stand the Frisbee golf that's next to my house. My kids get hit by Frisbees. We get guys at our ringing our doorbell at 9:30 at night, and we just know, okay, someone's got a disc. So I would love for someone to buy our property and put a disc golf, and you guys can get rid of the disc golf that's across the street from our house. I hate it. That being said, maybe I got off on a little tangent there. With regard to representing the city, I understand, and you guys, I mentioned that in my letter. You're in a spot where you will receive blowback. Providence is a city with almost 3,000 households. Mr. Paulson mentioned about 10,000 people live in 80. It's like 9,500.
8,800. That's what the.
As of like 21. We've got, I mean, I don't know how many people you heard from. 50 households is 1.5% of our population. 100 households is 3%. There is a very loud contingent. But you represent the city. I didn't realize that moving away from the master plan into lower density would ultimately be held against us. Otherwise, I would have just asked for mixed use. We asked for mixed use when we bought the property 1.5 years ago, and everyone freaked out about it. It's 33 units an acre. It's 3-story apartments. And ultimately, we met with people in the neighborhood. We heard the feedback and abandoned it. And ultimately tried to find a plan that we could still make work. The master plan is a published plan. I get that not everyone reviews it all the time. I look at that stuff every day. It guides how people buy property. So with the expectation that the city council would follow the master plan that the city council enacted, we kind of went to work to figure out how can we make this work in a way that's some sort of compromise. We went to medium density. We created, in working with the staff that you guys value, and working with Ryan, who's a fantastic city manager and is paid fairly well to manage the city. I met with Ryan to tweak our plan a little bit more, to move some roads, to create a single family buffer along the east side. In an effort to create a development that ultimately provides value to the city itself. I understand that there's pushback to that. I will never understand people's hatred toward townhomes. I absolutely understand not wanting a 3-story building next to your house. I get that. We heard that. We moved away from it. I sent my letter not to be inflammatory or not to be dismissive, but to include facts and include research and documents, because people will get up here and say, oh, crime. That's just not the case. Decreased property values, not the case. It's not reality. It's an emotional perception that doesn't exist. It's not held up in the research. And regardless, people can get up here and say, oh, we don't want to segregate, but that's what's being asked. It's a socioeconomic segregation. And there's no two ways about that. I'll live with it. I'll live with whatever the city council decides. I don't see a reason. Again, we moved away from the general plan. We thought we were doing it in a way to be a compromise. I didn't realize that would be used against me. This has been earmarked for some density. Moving away from that plan to, in my opinion, appease 1 to 3% of the city's population at the expense of the value that it would create, I think is misguided. I think that's all I have, unless there are questions about the application or the project in general.
How long do you have the land? When did you acquire it? Sounds like you've been at this for a while. I was just curious.
Yeah, we brought our original annexation application probably about 2 years ago, which we were
Are you
just
the
closing
landowner
on.
or developer though?
Both.
Let me ask you, you're both. Oh, in this instance, okay. Because sometimes those are different.
Yeah, I mean, I don't own the land outright myself. I am the developer. I own a piece of the land along with our partners.
So I just want to speak to the higher density. I had an extended conversation with the Millville. I forgot his name at the moment, Corey today. Yeah, he said for all intents and purposes, I'm the city manager. So he doesn't call himself the city manager, administrator. And had they been up to speed with their development, you know, like if you're maybe 5 more years out, like I feel like the density and they had their exits there in place, I feel like the density would make total sense. So you weren't running through this neighborhood, you know, like I just feel like the timing is not quite right yet. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that. Absolutely, I understand it. If you find me a neighborhood who will say, okay, the timing is right, the roads are right. Find me a single neighborhood that has ever said, okay, now I get it.
I know they would,
So
the neighborhood would
thing.
still be here with their hair on fire.
But I get what you're saying. It would be great if we could punch that road through.
If that
Absolutely.
road was punched through though, I personally would feel differently. The neighbors would still be here with their hair on fire.
Is it just the number of
But-
units?
No, it's the road running through.
Well, that's what I
it's the
mean. So
exit.
for instance, but it's related to the number of doors, right? The number of rooftops.
Yes, because of the car traffic
Yeah.
running through the neighborhood. But I, you know, I'm personally in the Highlands where there's still a lot of traffic running through the neighborhood, you know, and I walked that neighborhood this week and it's still a pretty quiet neighborhood, even if there were 100 more households running through it. But you know, if that road was running through, but I don't see Millville being ready for quite some time to have that road run through.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
In the Highlands too, actually. Like,
Yeah, which is why those other
bordering
phases
Millville's
aren't.
behind it.
It's
I get what you're
stuck
saying.
because Millville's just not quite ready.
I will say, and I absolutely get what you're saying. I will say rooftops don't equal cars. That's the thing that I would say.
Not always.
If you've walked that neighborhood, you've noticed it there. I was down there. I repeat myself because I was at P&Z. I'm in a carpool down there that I'll probably be getting kicked out of. He's not in here anymore, but so I mean,
people are generally nice outside of council.
They are
planning
actually.
meetings.
So I'm down there all the time. And I started counting cars.
Uh-huh.
There are houses in that neighborhood with cars parked in their front yard. That have ruts in their front yard, that have cars pulled up onto their front yard because there are so many cars. Like there are houses that have 5 cars. I have pictures.
Because they have teenagers.
So that's ultimately, I live on Center Street. And we get teenagers driving up and down Center Street. Like I'd love to go out and build a speed bump outside my house.
Yeah, so
I
Ryan
live
could
right
take
on
it out.
right on the turn off the Fox Ridge, right? So that's my only pushback. I completely understand. I don't think rooftops equal cars. I don't think townhomes
Right, they're younger families
generate the
generally.
same
They don't
amount of
have the same
traffic,
number of
but
teenage drivers.
yeah, I completely get what you're saying.
I get it.
Any other questions for me? Anything that can
trying
answer
to
gut
understand
pause?
your mixed density fits in with the surrounding R112. Just driving through there myself and seeing what the neighborhood is, just from the citizen's perspective, I go in there and I imagine what's there to kind of continue with the ag that's around it. And I'm just trying to understand how you're seeing what you want there fits in with what's there.
Yeah.
I understand the street thing.
This is going to be a philosophical difference that I don't think I'm ever going to be able to bridge with people. I'll tell you my philosophy on it. We ultimately got on board with moving away from mixed use because I think a 3-story apartment building doesn't fit there. The mixed use code, throwing commercial in there was so wonky to us that we thought there's no way to make that work. 2-story townhomes, to me, I get that it's a different use. This is a weird thought. You talk about thinking about things 24/7. Has anyone seen Guardians of the Galaxy, the new one? The villain in this movie wants to make everything the same. And if you go, the society that he built is single family home, row and row and row and row and row of homogeneous use. And that's a philosophical thing for me. I don't think there's any neighborhood that is so, impermeable that townhomes shouldn't work there. It seems crazy to me. Steph Curry took a bunch of flack for opposing moderate housing in his neighborhood. I don't see how a 2-story townhome should generate so much craziness. I'm just answering questions that I'm being asked.
You shouldn't be asked. This is public comment.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not blaming you.
It's out of order.
Thank you.
I think it's important that we gather the information.
Public hearing.
And I asked that
need to make
information
sure I
not be
hear you.
repeated, so. Okay, is there anyone else?
Josh Thompson, I'm a resident of Providence. Percentages were brought up a lot by the developer, the percentages of people that are wanting or not wanting this. And not to be crass, but if we're going to bring up percentages of people that do or don't want it, I'm hearing one voice that does and a whole bunch of other voices that don't. So I'm not sure that that's a fair comparison. The home value study was a really good one that was cited. Some of the key differences there versus here, though, is that it was done for Salt Lake and Utah County. And for there, it makes sense. Absolutely. The home values increase in those areas. It would have I don't have studies, I'll admit. I'm just, let's say, the opposite here, but I don't think that particular study about home values in the Deseret News is applicable to this area. So that's what I've got. Thank you.
Okay. So we're ending. Oh, I've got with their letters that need to be, their letters that need to be
Yes.
read.
Sake of time, these were emailed to council. Do you want me to read them or do I acknowledge that you all read them?
Those are you said this morning.
Yeah.
Yes, I've read them.
I read them. Would you still like me to read them?
I think it'd be good for the public.
All right, this first one is from Brian Lyman. Dear City Council, I will not be able to attend the meeting this evening, so I wanted to give my brief opinion on the proposed development at the south end of Garden Drive. I've lived on Garden Drive for 21 years and have observed the gradual increase of traffic on our resident street. If the proposed development happens, I estimate the traffic numbers on my street will double from the addition of nearly 100 homes there. The major problem I see is that there is essentially one way in and one way out of the design, and that is Garden Drive. There will be no access from the south or from the west. In my opinion, the current infrastructure will be insufficient to safely move the number of cars that will ingress and egress the new neighborhood. Please consider the safety of the families who live in this area by not allowing such a large-scale development to be built without adequate access from multiple locations. Garden Drive will not be able to handle the vast increase in traffic. One side note is that the fact that this part of Providence has already, over the past few years, added hundreds of higher density homes.
If the state legislature wants to come and make sure our community is doing its part to diversify housing types, let them walk the block between the two roundabouts and see the 245 new homes there, plus the 33 additional homes south of Zions Bank on 300 South. These homes were built where they have traffic access from north, south, east, and west. That makes sense. The proposed development at South Garden Drive will basically one point of access does not make sense. Thank you very much for your consideration, Brian Lyman. Amen. June Connolly, Staff Assistant Senior from Utah State University, to whom it may concern. Utah State University does not object to the annexation referenced in the attached notice. However, we would recommend that approval of the proposal be contingent upon any future development of the property installing a 6-foot-high opaque fence along the west property line as a buffer between the development and the agricultural activity on the adjoining USU property. Please let me know if there are any questions or recommendations. Thank you. Last comment is from Julia Lyman. Dear Council, I hope this letter finds you well. As a long-term resident of our beautiful Providence City, residing at 360 Garden Drive for nearly 21 years, I write to express my strong opposition to the proposed annexation and zoning changes for parcel 02-117-0022, particularly in conversion to multifamily zoning. I'm unable to attend the council meeting on Wednesday night as I will be out of town. My primary concern, which I believe should also be the city's utmost concern, revolves around the issue of access to the property. Currently, the main access point to this area is through Garden Drive, as there is no direct access from the west or the south. While there may be a secondary access from the east, the majority of traffic will inevitably flow through Garden Drive. Although it is classified as a collector road, it should not bear the sole burden of accommodating the increased traffic that multiple family housing would bring. The lack of comprehensive planning and reliance on a single road for access is, in my opinion, a flaw in the proposed development. Has the city conducted a thorough impact study in this regard? What plans are in place to address transportation concerns? After the planning commission meeting, which I attended, the developer attempted to address some of the citizens' concerns, and I would like to touch upon a few of those points as well. The developer argued the city council shouldn't vacate the Garden Drive neighborhood simply to shift the burden of medium density to another neighborhood. I find this statement to be a form of gaslighting directed at the city council. Our intention is not to shift any burden onto others. Rather, we are genuinely concerned about the prospect of introducing 120 houses into the area with limited access. Condominiums are priced at double the cost of our homes, making them unaffordable for most of us. We are not seeking to shift the burden. Instead, we implore the city to exercise responsibility in determining suitable locations for development, ensuring appropriate access. The developer also stated, however, we are asking that the city stand up to neighborhood NIBA-isms by following its master plan, a plan that was duly adopted after careful consideration and public hearing pursuant to city requirements and Utah code, rather than falling prey to the idea that the council should simply give a neighborhood whatever it wants. Once again, I feel disheartened by the attorney and developer's attempts to gaslight the city council. Our request is for you to objectively examine the facts and recognize that allowing multifamily housing with just one road access is not a sound decision. How does such a plan make sense? Other multifamily developments within a few blocks of our neighborhood have multiple access points, thereby distributing the impact across different roads. It is crucial to consider the direct consequences of focusing all traffic through a single access point. This situation feels like deja vu, like when the challenges faced during the Highlands subdivision proposal a few years ago. The issue of road access was central to that case as well. Ultimately, the city council decided that it was not appropriate due to the lack of adequate access, thereby denying the development. I urge you to apply the same wisdom and insight to this current situation. In conclusion, I implore you as a respected member of the city council to carefully consider the proposed annexation and zoning changes for parcel 02-117-0022. It is vital to prioritize the well-being and safety of all residents by ensuring proper access and comprehensive planning. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I trust that you'll make a thoughtful and responsible decision. A follow-up was made by her. I have sent the attached letter to each of you individually, but feel the need to clarify one point. First, thank you, the Planning Commission, for recommending single-family housing for this parcel. Secondly, I am not opposed to annexation, only to multifamily housing. I support the recommendation by the Planning Commission for R112 zoning in the entire parcel. I implore the council to not change this recommendation to R16 at the developer request. Please heed the commission thorough recommendation. Thank you again for your time. Thanks, Julie.
Okay, thank you. You have a comment?
So I just wanted to make you all aware that Governor's Office has funded housing research. And they are currently collecting data on a survey called Be Heard, Guiding Our Growth, Utah.gov. Go fill out the survey. And if there's choices on there that you don't like, there is a space to add choices that you would prefer, because that information guides state policy and state policy guides city policy. So I would just encourage you, I don't want you to feel like you don't know how to get involved. Go fill out the survey. It's at guidingourgrowth.utah.gov. And the governor's office has funded like a $4 or $5 million campaign to try and get that feedback. So if you have suggestions to guide policy, please put them into the ring. I mean, one of my council assignments is to serve on the Legislative Policy Committee. And I go and I try to vote for things to represent the entire council in Salt Lake. Because we have a limited number of voting members. They follow, the legislature in things as well, but it's really difficult to be David against Goliath. So the more that you can join your voices to your representatives and join it to the people that you've elected, the more progress you're going to make. So please fill out the survey.
Okay. Well, we've been asked to make a decision about whether or not to accept the planning commission's recommendation. Scarlett, do you have anything to add?
Have anything to add before you make your decision, but I do have something that I would like to explain that goes along with what Janelle just brought up before everybody leaves, because it's really important that the people in this room understand where the state legislature lines are, and I don't think they do. And so I want you to do your decision, but then I want 2 minutes
Before everyone leaves. Okay. Ryan, do you have any comments?
I don't, just one comment, the staff will support and provide the services to whatever you zone and do. So we're prepared to provide services as you direct. So, but I agree with what Scarlett will present. I think there's definitely an opportunity to influence the state legislature. A lot of them are home builders, and it is the pendulum of the state legislature is very much pro builder and pro developer at this time at this current legislature.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance 03-2023 Providence 10 LLC annexation with a planning commission recommendation to zone the entire parcel as R112.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to accept the planning commission and to accept the annexation. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would like to make a comment. When I worked for the fire department, reviewed subdivisions, there seemed to be a requirement that 2 accesses be at 1/3 the diagonal distance of the property, and that they be separated by 1/3 the diagonal distance of the property to have second access. I'm not sure that we're doing justice to the developer or anybody in annexing this property with that zone, because I believe there's going to be more than 30 homes on there, and you can build 30 homes without a second access. But otherwise, you're going to deal with somehow creating a second access that's going to be separated from the other access by 1/3 the diagonal. Now, that could have changed, but that's what I remember being.
Scarlett.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand.
That was like 8th grade geometry for me. It was really good.
Way over my head.
Geometry. And I didn't do well in geometry. So.
I'm not sure, Brent, if they still use the 1/3 the distance that you're
That was in
talking.
the fire code.
Right, and I'm not sure because this chief and our deputy fire marshal, I just let them take care of that. But I do know that they will be very cognizant of accesses, no matter what development comes in. They will work towards making sure that there are 2 accesses
That's
if
why
there's over 30.
Grandview has been held up. That's why the developer wanted to go down through Millville because
Right.
he built the maximum number of homes that he could.
Right.
And he couldn't go forward without the second access. So in my estimation, that has not changed. Otherwise, we would have heard about it.
No, Brent.
But it can get Fifth South.
But Brent, there is, I mean, although Garden Drive is clearly the predominant road into the actual property, Garden Drive feeds it, 2100 South feeds it, not 7 South feeds it, and 480 feeds into the property. There are 3 separate roads that feed into the property.
Showing us access.
So at that point, this isn't necessarily the same as Highland. 700 South will count, not 21. I apologize, not 21, 700 South. Well, they're not. One's a private road and one's a city road. We've clarified, yes. 330, so
that will come out of there and connect up to that subdivision.
Yes.
right.
Okay.
I mean,
So
that property
that
has
will give us
those.
the access.
So the property currently has 3 roads that dead end into the property.
But a road will give it to
Now, a through road is dependent on whether the next property develops to the south, whether it's ever a through road is.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing this discussion with your audience. Is that okay? We try to listen. Can we please listen to what's being said? Thank you.
Okay. So coming back to my question, will either 480 or Garden Drive, or maybe both of them, come to 700 South?
We would hope that there would be connectivity, whatever zoning there was, and that would be what we would ask the
We would
developers, so
actually
that
hope that both of them.
is all of them connect.
Yeah.
When you're coming, you have to come down 3,300, or 330 west, go down 7 South to connect in the other, in the south end of that, and not have connectivity. That won't happen. That
It
would
will
have to-
connect.
Yes, it will have to connect. Okay, so if that's the connectivity, then we're okay. But otherwise, if we don't have that connectivity, I think we're not, I think we shouldn't be approving something until it's been okayed by the fire department.
Yeah, the property itself, how it gets laid out, it will come later. How we would ask, I mean, of any property, we ask to connect to the adjoining roads. And there are 3 roads that feed into the property.
Just want to make sure that we don't put the annexing party in a predicament without having a solution that we can propose to accomplish what needs to be accomplished.
So my question on that, Brent, thanks for bringing that up. It's a good point. For those that weren't listening, it's good. He's making a case for you. So you might want to listen to what he's saying. Ryan, what I was wondering there is, could it be possible that this was approved for annexation and zone, but the fire marshal would come, please, sir, I'm sorry. It is rude. We listen to you. Okay, please, let's listen. Okay. Ryan, is it possible that the fire marshal would come in and not approve the building plans or change some things, like it would get stuck at that stage?
Well, keep in mind that this one has 3 entrances and Highland is solely one into that property. So this one, I would not presume to think that the fire marshal would end the development based on those 3 entrances. Fifth South is is set to be a major road, almost an arterial, second only to First North. As wide as it is, it's second only to First North. Now, it's not connected to the highway yet, but there are 3 spots in which this property is serviced by.
The third one is a private road, right? No.
700. Yeah, no, it doesn't enter.
It doesn't enter at all.
It doesn't enter.
It doesn't enter.
Okay.
It's its own little road.
Gotcha.
And the fire marshal will be very much involved in the review of the development. The problem is, until we have a zone to have the developer design to, we can't really get that far involved. Because let's say we got that far involved with his original plan, and that's not the way it goes. Then we may have crossed some lines that are not good to cross at that point in time. It's much better to wait until you're comfortable annexing, you're comfortable zoning, and then have the developer draw his plans so that they do get reviewed by the fire department and the staff and everybody else that needs to weigh in on them.
My only concern was if we give him the hope by annexing the property and giving it the zone, and then it can't be done. And with the 700 South, that is a good possibility because the separation of the accesses need to be 1/3 the diagonal of property if you exceed 30 houses.
That's the part I don't know if that still is it, but I do know that they do. I do know they have to have at least 2 accesses in there, and I do know there has got to be certain separation. I just don't know the exact amount. You could be very much right. I don't know that.
If they'll accept 700, that'll work. So I don't know. So if we vote, we're giving them a hope.
We'll figure that out.
700 is actually designed right now for them to do a turnaround as an emergency turnaround. That's they come down and they can do the T. So 700 is designed with that intent that as they come down into as they come down in here, have a fire right here, it certainly come more than 150 feet. A fire engine is not supposed to back up more than 150 feet. So 700 was designed so that they could come down and do their turnabout and go back out. So 700 is a viable use for the fire department right now. And while I'm right here, as you can see, here's 700 over here. Here's or I don't know what that is.
It's a canal.
A canal. And then here is the private 2100 South. So they are 2 independent, separate units.
Separate roads. They don't intersect.
Yeah, that's right.
Just one more quick question. I don't want to belabor it, but at one time that 700 South was going to go east, connect to 200 West. That was a thought.
It was.
It was. And when it was a Champlin, who was it? The guy from Tremont that developed that. Anyway, regardless, doesn't matter. So I'm wondering, well, that's fine. If we could use 700 South, then we can give him that concept that he'll be able to do it.
Okay. Maybe not concerned about the zoning.
I'm just going to make a comment because I think it's worthwhile, good context. So my temp check is I'm in favor of what's been proposed here, and I think I'll be voting for it. It does say in the general plan that it's a mixed use zone, and that's why this came up. I was kind of confused by that. I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission when we were debating that parcel, and this is 4 to 5 years ago. At the time, we're dealing with rather imprecise data and plans from our neighboring cities like Millville and Utah State. And that makes it very, very hard to make those decisions. We had 2 council meetings debating whether or not this is residential or mixed use. We opted for mixed use because we felt like that town center and commercial development was going to extend through And good planning indicates that there would be some sort of transition or buffer to residential. So there was
Right.
reasoning behind that. In what I've looked at kind of Millville stuff, it's a little bit cleaner now, but it's hard to tell. It does look like they're going to butt residential there, that they're not going to push that commercial into that. And I also think our mixed use zone, as I've said before, and this is to your point, Michael, right? Jewel. Michael is that I personally don't like our mixed use zone as is right now. It's gnarly. I mean, it's a gnarly zone. I mean, I think the idea is we do want mixed commercial and residential. There's a place for that, but as it's described, it can be really high density. So I think I've been saying for some time, we need to look at that and maybe maneuver that, because it just doesn't work really well in Providence. So I just wanted that context to be clear. What happened with mixed use, why I would be voting against the general plan here is because I think mixed use isn't ready for it. And I really thank the planning commission, because I think they got the right call on this with pretty imprecise data from our neighboring cities. And so I like what they did. So Shelley, you're here from the planning commission. So thanks for being part of that. So that's all.
Okay,
Well, and to that point, I kind of wonder if we can send the mixed use code to the planning commission. To work
Please
out-
look at it, you guys.
Work out the gnarly.
It's gnarly.
Really.
Yeah, Captain
In all
G.
your spare time.
Yeah.
I did want to make a point also. I spoke with Jeff Gilbert, who's at the Cache Metropolitan Planning Organization today. And he told me that Millville is on board with the connection, that he's spoken and gotten confirmation from Millville to have that connection put through. So the notion that Garden Drive will not connect through was not the messaging that I received in my conversation today.
Did he tell you that they had been through this thing?
He told me he had verbal confirmation that they agreed it should connect. How it should curve and what angle it should go, but from point A to point B, the connection should go through.
But not paid for by COG.
It wouldn't be paid for by COG, because of he said he was not optimistic,
That's what Millville is opposed to.
not optimistic to have it being paid for by COG, but it does.
but right now it's on the master plan.
Well, but it will eventually, over time, as properties are sold and developed, connect through over time.
That's
So
what Millville
I
told me
do, and the plan is open for public comment shortly, so you can comment on that if you want to, but as it stands, that is the plan and the expectation that will connect through, that it won't be a dead end, that it will connect to Millville. And then it's a good plan to
And to the
connect.
high school, that's what
To
Millville
connect
said.
to the high school.
Mhm.
I mean, it makes sense to connect the communities and not have to make big U-turns around everywhere, and in my opinion. So anyway, that was something that the connection, but it is planned to be, I felt the same as you. I thought it was supposed to be transitional mixed use general plan, but if it's not transitioning to commercial and it's going to be residential, then that makes sense. So.
Okay. Any further comments? Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
I,
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Scarlett has some comments to make.
I just spent a couple of days last week in Vernal on land use, and one of the biggest topics that they dealt with were the changes in the state legislature. And there was a comment made, and let's be clear, property values in Providence are very high. And so for moderate income housing, it's going to be a very big challenge for somebody to achieve that goal. However, the city does have to show that we are taking steps towards trying to achieve our goals that we put in our plan that everybody agreed to. And I might want to add, we did do public hearing on that. And the night we had a public hearing on that in the planning commission, I don't think anybody was here. Very important plan, and we had advertised it. We didn't put billboards out because that wasn't a specific piece of property, but it was a very important plan, and it still is.
Which one are you referring to?
the moderate income
Oh,
housing
moderate
plan.
income housing.
Yes, and so the state legislature came closer to overreach in this most recent legislature than they ever have before. They went so far as to take city councils completely out of the subdivision process. Now, Providence City had done that many years ago when the state code changed, and perhaps if other cities would have kind of followed that a little bit, we still kept the city council in the loop through staff reporting and things like that. We're not really even supposed to do that now. Now, the city council is completely out of the subdivision process. You are the ones that are responsible for the ordinances, and the staff and the planning commission are responsible to see that they meet those ordinances to the letter. So no more city council involvement. So the statement was also made that, just to be very clear, there are penalties associated with not trying to follow your moderate income housing plan. This year, you can, if your plan fails, if we go to them and we don't show some type of progress, and this is the thing that's devastating, not only to Providence City, but many other cities. There are 82 of us, 82 cities that have to follow this plan. Millville does not. River Heights does not. There are probably quite a few cities in our county that are less than 5,000. They don't have to follow this plan. We do. So people can talk to other cities and they'll say, oh, nah. Well, no, they don't have to. They can say that. We cannot. If our plan fails and they reject our plan, and we cannot use what we have done before, we can't say, well, we've already got 287 units or 327 or whatever we have. We can't use that. We have to say we are building on that, and there will be fines. We will lose TIF money. What's the other one, Ryan? There's two.
There was the ability to qualify for TIF. I don't know that they tied to BNC. They talked about BNC Road, but they're serious. I mean, the legislature is serious about it. I would add to yours as you're here. I would add for the public, if you will watch what has happened after Prop 1 and how your planning commission and your city council has listened, and they have today, they followed the planning commission. But if you will watch what the legislature did, the legislature took and minimized the ability of referendum. So you don't have that right anymore. They, or at least very limited right. Only after a split vote. Your vote was unanimous. And so there's not the ability. And they took away that. If you aren't aware of what your state legislature is doing, they have talked about taking away city zoning. And so at that point, you wouldn't have been able to be here tonight if the legislature had passed the bills they had in front of them. That this discussion wouldn't have been at the city level. If I think I love to hear the feedback of the public at the council meeting. I think this is great, and I appreciate every one of you that have been here. But keep in mind your state legislature, if you are not talking to them and bringing this voice to them, you are doing yourself a disservice. If this is what you want, and you've succeeded tonight, but the legislature could overturn that and turn zoning over to developers. It is possible, and if that doesn't scare you, it should, because this is the ability for you to be in front of a political body. You go to the state legislature and you don't have the ability to speak at their meetings, not their voting meetings. You would in a committee meeting. I would tell you that if you aren't involved in watching the legislature, you're missing huge effect on our future.
That's what I wanted to echo. Take that survey that Janelle was talking about and put your true feelings down. A few years ago, I can't remember the name of the group, Envision Utah, did a survey And it's like 90% of the people in Utah said, oh, yes, we welcome multifamily. Well, when they finally narrowed it down, everybody welcomed it somewhere else. Nobody wanted to welcome it near, but everybody welcomed it somewhere else. So the state was operating on this idea that everybody was okay with it no matter where it was. And that's been very hard because Providence citizens have been very vocal. And every time I've tried to express that, has been shot down with these other polls and stuff that they have. So please take that poll and be honest in that poll. And the other thing, there will be penalties. There will be financial penalties if our reports fail to show progress. And it's not like you can do a do-over. If you fail, you're penalized for a whole year. And next year, I believe it'll be $250 per day for a whole year that will go to the Olene Walker Fund for housing. And the following year, I believe it's $500. So there are going to be some, if the legislature continues in what they're doing. They also stepped into the realm of public infrastructure. We can no longer decide how we want our streets. They have now told us that you will not require more than 32 feet of asphalt for most residential streets. There are some unlesses, of course, but they tried to get it in at 24. And so if you don't think that the state legislature is not looking at stepping right over local government, that's why it's important to talk to these people. It's important to talk to the council and to come to these meetings, but it is important to email your state legislators, email anybody you know, email the Senate president and the House of Representatives, the Speaker of the House, email those people and start making some noise, because city government alone cannot change this whole tide. They tried really hard and they buffered it some in this legislature, but the state is very, very much anxious to take over zoning. I don't know how else to say that. And I am not trying to use scare tactics. I am telling you exactly what's happening, according to the people that work directly with the state legislatures.
Thank you, Scarlett. And it's not just fines, it's our access to government money for our roads and for infrastructure and all kinds of things. So it's very important that you watch what's going on at your legislature. It's called guidingourgrowth.utah.gov.
Thank you for your patience.
Did you send that out in the city newsletter?
Yes, we can put it in the newsletter. How long is it?
How long is the survey?
Take care.
It's long.
No. How long do they have to take it? Okay.
5 minutes.
We'll have a break for 5 minutes.
Fast. Turns out they push all the snow over my new sidewalk that I've already cleaned. They're trying to get over too much ground. I know, you can go slower. Thanks, Brian.
Still in the city, we can see you on your property.
Buy all the land for the park. Like trying to get into the park. Yeah.
How are you? You must get tired of all the compliments. I am a
Hi.
I am a shy person and don't really want to be in the public eye. You know that as much as anyone.
You want to be in the limelight as much as they try to force you.
I don't. I just want to work hard.
The legislature is charging, yeah.
It's better than.
They
Faster than ever.
all they're saying is, this is what we know would be better to do. Get these people here together and say, we're gonna be required to accomplish this. Let's put citizens committee together and figure out how to make it work. We may not like it because we all want quarter-acre lots, but that's not gonna work. So let's put our heads together, like they've done in other cities, work with the council, figure out how to make this work in this city. You can't put all the high density over there, everything else, and you can't keep building single family homes that nobody buys. We lived up on Grandview, and for 21 years, we saw empty lots with weeds in them because people built houses up there. 95% of the people couldn't afford it. So now we've got the Providence estates that are half-acre lots. 2/3 of the lots are weeds, and the city's gonna be after the property owners to clean them out and clean up the trash. So 20 years, it'll still be unbuilt if that's all we approve. I mean, you got the old guys that say, we should only approve single family housing. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't pencil out. You got council members here with 9 kids. I don't know how many grandkids he's got. Harry's got 5. Janelle has 6 kids. I think Josh has 4 kids. Where are they gonna live? Live close to mom and dad, not in Providence. I'm Cache Valley. You know that.
I know that. I know that. Like I said, from a city, we can provide the services to take care of.
Carrie, you've got your daughter, Annika, she's a senior. She's just graduated. And Carrie's got one graduating also.
No, Josh does.
Do you?
My off year.
This is my office too.
I thought
I
you
got
had-
one next to.
Last year. Caleb last year, Karen next year.
Did you have a boy that
Last year.
same age? Oh, he graduated. Where'd he go? Yeah, but
He's in our basement.
I mean, you can't afford to buy a house in Providence? So someday he'll get married and have kids and he'll still be in your basement.
Building unit. Solving the problem, right?
What?
Building unit. Not solving the problem, the supply and demand.
Building units that people can afford to buy,
But they can.
not a single family home.
They
Not
can.
a
Well, they
600,000.
can't afford a condo either.
Right.
So none of it's affordable.
So we can't because we don't produce enough supply of that.
Right, the builders aren't keeping
The
up
ones
with
with
what's
the
been.
legislature budget.
Here's what happens if you follow the
It's all
building
in hold.
industry.
It hasn't
That's not a business I would want to be in.
They don't have the
Because
ability
with
to have
interest rates
water
fluctuating.
or access or very good access into it.
I mean, right now, I would not want to go buy 20 acres
It's
of
a
land.
difficult one.
Develop it because
And we haven't been able to get it subdivided to the point where we could purchase.
Yeah.
So,
Good to see you. Glad you're.
right, we still have the budget to buy. They're interested.
Yeah, they're gambling.
Hasn't moved.
There's people who are, trades, carpenters.
There's not enough tradesmen.
Right, and that's because the housing industry goes up and down. You not want to be
Everything goes up.
afraid of homes because 2 years from now, you might be out of a job. So then you
Okay.
find a different job. Now the housing market can't, these developers like these guys can't build enough house.
Okay, we're gonna start with item number 7.
Let's hope the next ones can go
The last
quickly.
Our goal is to
so.
go quickly.
Yeah, I think they can.
Okay, item 7, resolution 07-2023, amending Providence City fee schedule. Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may take action on approving a resolution to amend the city's fee schedule. Resolution 07-2023. Okay. So Ryan, are you going to speak to this?
Yep. we don't have a special event fee. We'd like to adopt one. And we've picked something in the $200 range because we figure that's as close as we can estimate on
Define a special fee.
a special
Special
event.
event, I mean.
Maybe a marathon. Something that comes
I just
through
want everybody
like a
to-
run, like a marathon or a special event kind of. I mean, if somebody else wanted to have their own city celebration, not part of the city celebration, if there was a celebration they wanted to, I mean, this is a difference than just renting the
Right.
park. It's something more than that. Yeah, takes. The next one is a lot line and boundary adjustment. This is the legislature making it easier to move a boundary line. The previous option was to go through a revised plat process. So this gives a second process. The 250 is very similar to our conditional use rate. In fact, it's the same as our conditional use rate. And we figure that that's about the same amount of time that we expect this one, but it's a new process. But we don't have a rate for that. And so we're looking to adopt a rate for that new process. And number 3 is the Cache County compost fee. It was $1. The Logan has said we're not going to pick up. 50 cents was for the pickup of the bulk green waste, and 50 cents was to process it. They're saying we'll only charge you the 50 cents. They did refund some back to, I'd have to look at the date, but March or what January maybe. Anyway, it's not refunded everything that they had previously done. So at this point, rather than finding and refunding 50 cents to residents along, this is just reducing the rate and paying the county. This is the rate in which they're charging, and we're passing it on to the residents. So we're matching to that same rate. And anyway, that's where those 3 are at. Happy to talk about any of them, but
Do we want to consider keeping the Cache County compost fee for $1 while we explore what it would cost to do this green waste service? Or do we want to reduce it and then raise it up again if we decide that we find something that is cost feasible to do? I mean, I have a concern with the green waste, but because it gets abused, and how do we even estimate a real cost for what that is? No, because we constantly have over dumping and spillage everywhere, and I just don't know how we could actually come up with a real cost for that, but.
$50,000 of cleanup when
the windstorm, right?
Yeah, when people start just dumping it.
I don't know how we actually come with an even accurate figure. But, I mean, I get that people want it, but.
How much money does that, I tried to do some quick calculations, but I wasn't sure how many units we were collecting, but it's $100,000 a year, right? That comes out of this roughly?
2,500 households.
Oh, okay, I got the households wrong.
yeah,
Okay.
2,500
$18,000 a year.
times
Oh, that's
50.
it?
$18,000 a year.
$18,000 a year is all that produces?
Yeah, about 15 to 18,000 years. Well,
That's not a lot of money to work with. from a
It's not.
green waste program.
No.
That'll buy trash bags for everybody,
maybe.
maybe.
Yeah, not even.
I'd like to make a comment to that too. Part of the problem is, and I've said this before, to sound like a broken record. The green waste bins are in one location. Somehow they've got to get it there. They have to load it into something. Except me, I drive a lawnmower. I can't drive to load in the city.
But you loaded it in your lawnmower.
Yeah, but somehow they've got to get it to the green waste bins. But you got it loaded.
So I'm worried that where you approve a fee schedule on this, and this could easily conflate to solving the green waste problem, which we've been unsuccessful when we sort out. I wonder if we got to constrain the discussion to, is this the right fee schedule? Should we refund the 50 cents? I'm in favor of that.
And just to define, this is a reduction of a future,
Yes, excuse me.
yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
I said that poorly.
It cost us a lot of money.
It'd take us more money to send a stamp to, I mean, it just,
And how you decide. So I'll accept a motion.
Make a motion that we approve resolution 07-2023. Adjusting the fee schedule.
Do we have a second?
Then I'll second.
Okay,
I just have one more question about the special event. So like that company that just came in, was that a nonprofit?
it was nonprofit.
They wanted to have a run and we're charging them $200 just to have a run through the city. Sorry, it's for the paperwork.
It's for the paperwork and the time
It's not into-
for all the staff and time.
and the police have to be there.
Please have to be there, but the, I think we lent, quite a bit of our cones and we had
Do
time.
cover all that cost or do we?
No, we cover,
should they, when they, if they're.
well, that's how they're gonna cover some costs. They don't, at this point, they wouldn't have paid any. I mean, they may pay police because that doesn't come through us, so I don't really know on that one.
Cost of everything, like you're having a special event. I just I'm wondering.
So
if
you're wondering
You
if
take care of
that's
your own
enough?
costs. No, no, it's probably not enough.
That's what
I
I'm
would think
wondering,
it
is
costs
if it's enough.
the people running the event, the special event, they would pay for whatever needs to be done themselves, instead of us taking the money and paying the people that they need.
Yeah, I mean, you're paying your staff, you're paying for anything we'd have to service the fire department, anytime. I don't know how many times we met with them. How many times would you guess? 5? And there were at least 3 of us that had to meet there. So this is something in addition.
200
So
is pretty reasonable.
anyway, that's what it's for. That was the most recent example of one. Well, we have, I mean, yeah, I don't know that there's a specific definition here, but when the firework display came and used Ollinger Park during COVID, it was kind of a special event. Took a lot of time to work through some of the details to make sure that happens and occurs. And this is when we try to recoup costs of things. So
We have a motion.
Well, I'm wondering if 200 is enough.
at this point, we don't give very many of them. I mean, we're talking 3 in the time I've been here. So it's not like we're not having very many. We do have a lot when we go into it, but yes.
Fair question. I mean, we can have a discussion, right?
Yeah.
And
I don't have to be cut off. I mean,
Just
I haven't
because-
hardly spoken tonight.
Just because it's 200 this year, we'll try it and see if it's not enough, we can.
It's
come
fair
back
for
next
me
year.
to ask.
Yes, yes.
Right.
Yes.
But if they were renting a park, they would still pay a park fee.
That's correct.
Okay,
This is on top of.
which would be if they were having a concert in Bonds Park, so to speak. Would that pay a park fee plus an event fee?
No, I mean, unless they were, no. If they're reserving the pavilion and they're having a park, or having that, then no, I don't see that to be a
So it's not
special
relevant.
event. No,
It's just for, like a fun.
yeah.
Motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Next item goes into the awards and the bids. We've got item number 8, 2023 road improvement project bid selection. Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may take action on approving a contractor for the city's 2023 road improvement project. So you have access to the bid tabulation.
So at this point, we had two bidders. It is between LeGrand Johnson and Parson Construction. The total is the total base price plus plus an additive. So one of the additive prices. And so we're looking to award the base bid plus additive one. These are the roads we've talked about, we've worked on. It's 400 East, Stonehenge, 580 and 75, 580 South and 75 West, and 540 South. These are reconstruction of these roads. So anyway, we're looking to do that. It was within the budget amount. We have on the budget, as you saw, we did add a slight amount to do a little bit more chip seal, but these are within the master plan. So these were master planned, prioritized through their master plan, and are being done at this point. So we're looking to proceed following the transportation master plan with reconstructing these roads.
I have a question for you, Ryan. So looking through the bids, the biggest, I mean, there's over $100,000 difference in the bids. And a good share of it comes in each line item that talks about the excavate, export of waste material, minus 3-inch depth. Have we got I can't understand why there's so much different. Every road has that line item in it, and that is where it far exceeds the other bid. Is somebody misunderstood what we're doing here? Or is there, I don't know, is there a reason why that could be?
Sure, there's a reason why it could be. All depends on where they would put that waste if they were hauling off. Grand Johnson has a plant here, so they'd be hauling to their plant in Hiram, and Staker Parsons plants in Brigham City, another through the canyon, and I mean they would have those. Oftentimes it's how hungry a contractor is and how much backlog they have. Staker Parson is very consistent on making sure that they have lined up their backlog, and they know where that's at. And sometimes a contractor wants to get it cheaper, and they need more work than another. So there's lots of variations of reasons why. I don't think there's anything specifically missed. Our engineers have been through it and haven't identified any failure in the bid. So that's correct.
What they advertise on their truck.
I was a 5-year employee of the preferred source. So
do we need a motion to accept it?
that's correct.
I'll make a motion that we accept the bid of LeGrand Johnson to do the construction work that has been outlined in this. What is it? Gotta go back here. In road improvement bids. I guess we don't have a number on it, do we? Just 2023 road improvement project bid section. Is that what we put it out? I recommend, or I make a motion, we accept LeGrand Johnson's bid.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I had a few questions. Is LeGrand Johnson who we used when we did downtown?
That's correct.
And were they the lowest? I mean, they're the lowest bid here, but did they stay on budget when they did our downtown?
Yeah, there wasn't much change order. I think they were pretty on budget.
And then try to come back and fix
They did have to come back and fix them on the second south. Out of 20 blocks, we did reject a half a block, and they did come back and fix that.
and did you think they were timely? Like they had good project management.
Finished up this.
I'm just wondering, like, were we happy with them before? Do we want to use them again? That's basically what I'm getting at. Because I thought that was who we used, and I just wanted to make sure we were happy with them, not just.
Were we $100,000 happy with? That's the difference. Right?
That's the difference. That's clearly the difference. You know, most of the time we go with low bid, they're capable. Were we 100% happy? No, but it's construction. There's probably never 100% happy with it. They had some delays. They are the one doing 100 South as well. So they have traditionally outbid the competitor. And so they've clearly wanted our work. We do have representatives that are here. Has there been some that has been slower in getting a job done? Yeah, but I can't guarantee the preferred source or Parsons is gonna do any different and better. So I guess unless Rob, do you have any add to that?
Grant Johnson still has a good reputation in my book.
I mean, if Staker Parson had outbid them, I'd be all for that too. But
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to number 9. Bike path, the Zollinger Park Pathway Project bid selection. We've got tabulation on that as well.
I do. There's a little difference. The project is half funded by grant. It does include 9 miles of bike trails, plus a trail through Zollinger Park that will complete the trail and sidewalk that will complete a 1 mile track around Zollinger Park, around and through. The bids were certainly more than we expected. Because it was more than we expected, the bidders aren't shown to us. That's how UDOT does that. That's a UDOT thing. But it is within what our park trail and recreation master plan. We're not making an adjustment for those funds and for the price. So those were included in the tentative budget, which was done before the bid came out. So while it's higher than we had hoped and higher than we may have expected, we had budgeted accordingly, and so there's not a budget difference to make, or there wasn't between tentative and final. This was identified as one of our top priorities among the Trails Recreation Master Plan, and it accomplishes a great deal of the plan in it together. It's also widening 300 South and closing off that and helping to finish that 300 South section over by where the whites are. So anyway, recommending to continue with the project and complete it. But I can't tell you the bidders because that is how UDOT does things, and we bid through them because they're the financing agency. So the engineers, yeah, the engineer was Perkins Engineering. They're one that UDOT recommended to us for this project, and it was quite a bit low, but there were some things. Yeah. I mean, I would say some of that comes because we pushed to bid it without much of our own funds in it. And we tried to push and say, well, because you can only go out to bid and you have to commit funds up to the engineer estimate. So if you get the engineer to bid low, you can bid it out and not commit to much funds. So there is a way in which there's a reason why we push the engineer estimate to be as low as it could. So we committed as little funds as possible, and we're able to still bid it. Because if they would have liked to have added some, to be honest. But so
I can make a motion.
yeah, I'm not gonna throw the engineer. Sorry. Go ahead.
No comments on the last one. We don't know any reliability on the companies. We just pick one, and I mean, based on the numbers and if they're a good company.
That's correct. But UDOT, we will have a different engineer coming in, another approved UDOT engineer coming in to review the project, and then UDOT reviews it. It's under a very strict process with UDOT. So I'm not worried any of the contractors. They've already had to qualify with UDOT to be a contractor on UDOT's list. That's what you usually do.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve item number 9, the bike path and Zollinger Park pathway project bid selection. The low bid, which is identified as C05FE on the abstract of bids.
Second, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, next item is the water well drilling project bid selection. Ryan, you want to speak to this?
I would love to. We took this project out to bid. This is drilling 3 test wells and a production well. So it includes drilling basically 3 to find it and the 4th to perfect it. If we find the water we want in the first one, we don't have to do the other 2, but it gives us the whole scope of being able to. Because we only got 1 bid, we went out and asked our engineer to find the last bid that had been that had come out, and there was one in Green Canyon that North Logan same company, but we got a copy of the bid that North Logan had for theirs. And if you imagine that each test well is 250,000, and then the bid to North Logan was 1.6. They didn't have to do test wells because they already knew where they were at. So we're within, we double check that math and try to compare to make sure that there's not something crazy in the bid. But that math comes up to within 100,000 of this bid. So we have kind of checked it. We do review, especially when it's a single response bid. We try to double check that and make sure that it fits within the numbers. Within the last 5 or 6 years, I believe. I have to look for sure. But we've collected $1 million in fee in lieu. So we've collected money instead of water rights. We've collected it in payment, and that's kind of what this gets used for, is to pay for to getting the water out of the ground. We need shares and water rights, as well as a well to pull that out of. So those 2 marry together, and we've taken both of those options over the years, and that's where we have the money to be able to do this project. So
I'm going to ask you this. First drill, they hit a gusher. We're good. We don't have to do the other ones.
well, we have to do the production well, but we don't have to do the other test wells. That's correct. So let's pray for that.
And you're gonna start at Cone Flat, right? Cone Well, is that?
I think we're gonna start it at Dew and then Comb and then Eck, but
I'm sorry, what's that?
the Dew tank, right? The new tank on the hill that we have, the new tank and then Combs and then Eck, I think is the three we have that we're looking at. That's correct.
So you don't have any, like, this one may be better.
We have, that's a differencing of opinion. That's a difference of opinion. You know, some like it for one thing, some like it for another. So we did a hydraulic study. They talked about those. The drillers had different opinions. I mean, it's water. That the first one's where it makes easiest sense for us to do.
Well, I have a question about the 24/7 drilling. Is that basically, is that in their labor plan and the time that they said it would take? Days to do from start to finish, is that right?
A 90-day contract.
90 days. How disruptive is this? I know we had concerns about that when we built the tank, so I'm just curious. If we're gonna give everybody a good back massage while the drills are going, everybody gets a free massage in bed every night, or?
Pretty noisy.
Curious. So we're gonna have to come back through and do a noise ordinance variance like we did before, probably.
Correct.
So
Do you want water or
60
not?
days.
You know, I sleep like a dead person, so it didn't affect me at all. My light sleeping neighbors, they have different opinions.
Yes.
So.
It's, yeah, it's true. And they'll probably have lights on it.
To be successful, it does have to be like a continuous drilling process.
That's my understanding.
There's some variable to that as well, but there is definitely a risk when it comes to noise problems
Okay,
for a while.
all right.
Okay,
I have one question. The production well, is it 24-inch well? Or 18?
That's the casing that we're going to put in a 24-inch casing.
That's the outer.
Right, as the outer casing. Then you'll put your auger down in that. Okay.
The actual well pipe and pump and motor.
Yeah, okay.
And if we can hit water at less than 900 feet, then that lowers our cost too. So
This is just a boulder well. And that's just it. We hit water, prove up the well, you're good to go, flush it, swab it. Are you gonna have this company, will this be another bid to set the pump and the auger and all that sort of stuff?
That'll be a different.
Okay, all right.
other noise ordinance. Fine. I sleep through everything. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve again. The 3 test wells and if needed, and the production well with this company, Hydro Resources.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item number 11. We're cooking. Let's go.
Rob can answer any questions about this, but I will introduce it as this is an annual report that says we've fulfilled the state requirement of submitting the report. It's submitted to you, and it's there to be read. But it's an annual report of what we have as a system. So we can take any questions you'd like, and Rob's probably best to answer those.
You mean over email tomorrow?
Sure, if you want it, you have to accept it at this point. I mean, we're submitting it for you to accept. But this is our report.
I'll give you a quick summarization from my perspective of our overall wastewaters, which is really what this is all about. So the state just wants you guys to be aware that our system is in X condition. And you can go through there and you can kind of see those vibes of where we're at. My perspective, our wastewater system is in phenomenal shape, has great staff that's attacking the issues that we find regularly because we investigate. We do a great job when it comes to maintenance and making sure that we're on top of with all the different types of methodologies of sewer system maintenance that are out there. We find a few things every year with what we do, and we take care of them. So we don't have hardly any backups. In fact, I think we've been 3 in the 17 years I've been with Providence City, which is phenomenal when you look at, other cities. So our system is in great shape.
Thank
So
you
what's
for the
that
great
mean,
job.
Grade section, because I was looking for like grade 2, grade minus classification, like in the
So-
report. I'm kind of looking, you've got all the questions, which is great for granular data. I'm just, what's the summary of our score by, different dimensions
So
of the system or something?
required based on our population to be a certain certification level,
Okay.
certified in wastewater management. And so Danny Weiser is on that list, but he used to be certified, but he's a breath away from retirement. And so we let his lapse because you have to continue the educational credits. You have to do training and classes and lots of things to maintain that certification. And so we've got Dylan Waller and Zane are now certified to the level required by the state. And if their population increases, we'll all be taking new tests. They're not fun tests, but yes.
I had a question about the new development in Part 3. How do we project how much capacity is going to come in on new development? Like on the west side where we talked about adding a lift station and things like that. How do we project what the capacity is for like an unknown?
If you read the first few pages of our wastewater master plan that we just had done, it explains that in great detail. I actually just went through that with building this report a month or so ago. And
Right.
it's a lot of variables when it comes to the equivalent residential
ERCs.
units and stuff like that. So
And developers have to tell us. And when they're developing, they have to come and give us a number too. They have to estimate it.
thanks.
I'll make a motion that we accept the municipal wastewater planning program annual report as presented.
Here a second.
I'll second it.
Oh, Who? Brent. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I,
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay,
thanks for all.
motion carries. Thank you. Okay, possible date change for city council meeting,
Yes.
please. How does the 28th work?
June 28th.
Absolutely cannot be here on the 28th, but I could be here on the 14th.
It gets into summertime and we start moving around in the summertime.
I can do the 14th or the 28th.
I can do this 28th.
Be there.
Planning commission would be the 14th.
What'd you say?
Planning commission would be the 14th.
We have to keep it on Wednesday. So, but. For Wednesday.
Wednesday would be the easiest.
We have all the others on Wednesdays, but it doesn't have to be by some law or whatever, but
I'll be on the cruising.
that's a yes. We'll send internet.
Don't be on.
We're really cheap.
Okay, last year.
Here's how it'll miss.
I think I might miss.
We don't see a lot of stuff coming up for that meeting. That's why we're suggesting the 28th to give
Okay,
us enough time to get other stuff.
I'm okay to miss.
We're okay for you this one. Okay.
So that's.
Okay, so the date then is Wednesday, the 28th of June for our next meeting. Staff reports after 10 officially. Is there anything that we need to know that let's just do something really brief?
Do you have anything more you want to report?
I can maybe do it next time, other than kudos to Ridgeline's softball team. They won both their region or their state games today. So they're still in the winner's bracket, plus their hearts. They knocked Mountain Crest down. So Mountain Crest lost one and won one. So they got to come back up through the loser bracket to face them again tomorrow, maybe. So we'll see. But congratulations, both local high schools are doing pretty good. Thanks. Softball.
Oh, was it softball?
Baseball too, but I was, my daughter Courtney coaches this Mountain Crest softball.
Okay.
And I have a lot of good friends on the Ridgeline group, so.
Okay. Rob?
I'd just like to say thanks for the COLA increase. We have great staff and it is a competitive market out there. And having trained, certified, good staff, super important. And it's a city market and the city personnel with experience in municipal, at least public works, is a very competitive market right now. And so thanks for the COLA.
Thank you for your work and tell your guys thanks. I see them out all the time and they're not standing around waiting on their shovels.
I bet you were a Mountain Dew fan and not a Cola fan. All right. That's
Ty, do you want to give us anything?
As of yesterday, staff have been trained on the new website. We have a tentative date of the first week of June. That's just going to depend on how comfortable we are.
User friendly.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's when you see it's going to be night and day compared to our current site, especially on the back end for us. It'll be a lot nicer, a lot cleaner, a lot crisp. But again, right now it's just a matter of basically me and Megan really getting used to that new interface, and then once we're comfortable, we'll get it going. So I think we have a date of like June 3rd, June 6th. If the sooner we get comfortable, the sooner we can get it launched. But I don't expect it to go later than that. And again, just a reminder, since we won't meet till June 1st to June 7th will be your election submissions. So anyone who wants to apply for the 3 city council seats will need to come in to the office between June 1st and June 7th from 8 to 5. Just ask for me, the city recorder, Ty, and we'll get you set up and get going.
Can you repeat that into the microphone for those on YouTube?
All those people who want to run for office.
Yeah, so yeah, if you want to run for office, the dates are June 1st to June 7th, 8 to 5 p.m. Come by the city offices. Again, we're not open on the weekends. You're welcome to email me or call me anytime. We can set up a time to go over the application. You got to be a registered voter. You got to have lived in Providence for at least 12 months, and we'll go from there.
I don't. I have very few little things to update you on. One, I appreciate the increase. I appreciate the support of our staff. I did tell many of you my health condition. I will let you know and report back. I am down 100 points on my blood pressure. So a whole 100 points in blood pressure reduction.
Is that a combined 100 points?
No, that's only on the top
On
one.
the top.
Yeah, that's a 100-point reduction in my blood pressure. So I'm doing well. And
That's taking a lift. Just keep it that way.
yeah. So so anyway, just so you know, I'm working on it. And so anyway, but if you have any questions for me, or if there's anything I can do for you, One, go ahead and ask or get with me, and happy to answer any questions you have. So, but we've got a lot of work that this is a meeting that takes a lot of work to get to, and it takes a whole lot of work from here on with all those projects and with all the work. So we got a lot of things ahead of us, but certainly appreciate your support and everything you're doing. So.
And we clean it daily with our trash racks. So not too bad daily, but it adds up, but it'll really start to show colors in the next week or three. It's just started pretty much today. It's when my nerves, my stress and nerves went up today. It's gonna continue to go up, I think.
Thank you. Okay. We're just glad we're not on the other side of life. Oh my gosh. We had to move them off. Okay, I'll take the motion to adjourn.
Make a motion, that we adjourn.
Second. We have a second.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.